Did we make it? Are we there? Are we here? These are things that happen with live events, and occasionally we have a snafu, we have an issue that we end up fighting through, and oh my goodness, yes, we're dereferencing a null pointer. That's what it is over there. Oh my goodness. How you doing there, friends? I'm only seeing folks from YouTube here. You can't hear me. Good. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been quite a few days here, let me tell you. My goodness. I'm trying to get things up and running here and happening. One second here. And I want to keep an eye on things and talk to you out there about some of the great things that have happened over the last few months. We're updating from .NET Conf 2025. So much cool stuff happened as part of that event that I want to make sure that we touch on, that we get to. I think we just added Twitch into the mix here. Are we there? Can we see Twitch? Let me take a look and just peek in on the Twitch feed. Yeah, it looks like we're coming through there now. Fantastic. Okay, deep breaths. We're going to do this. We're going to get through this. We're going to have a great time. There we go. I see some folks coming in on Twitch. Let me introduce myself. Let's get things started here. We'll dive in. We'll talk about what we're going to do today. Big thanks to everybody who helped make this happen. We had a bunch of messages that went out to folks to promote and introduce and talk about what we're going to do as part of today's event. So way back in November, it feels like it was an eternity ago, doesn't it? It feels like it was so long ago. Way back in November, of course, we had .NET Conf 2025, and we had 3 days of content. There was so much that we learned about. We saw a new version of Visual Studio that was released as part of that. Visual Studio 2026 was released along with .NET 10, Aspire 13, updates to ASP.NET Core, updates to .NET, updates to C#. And we're going to talk about all those things as part of today's event. So let me go back and make sure that I have the .NET Conf website up here. And I will bring that up on screen. There we go. Remember, we had .NET Conf. It's right over there. And we had all these things that happened. All the content from .NET Conf is still out here. It's still available for you to go through and take a look at and catch up. All the sessions are recorded and available for you on YouTube. We have a great playlist that's out there for you that will show you everything that happened, soup to nuts. All of the sessions are captured and available for you here for you to catch up and learn about all the things that happened. And today, we're just going to go over and touch on a few of the highlights, a few of the big things that we know folks were interested in that are going to get you dialed in and up to speed quickly on some of those things that are going to help you to be a better developer. Okay? So there's a couple of sessions here. Can I link you to the page? I absolutely can do that. Let me see here. You know what? Let me drop that in right over here on YouTube. I'll drop that in right there. So you get that playlist. And what you're going to see when you head over here, right, of course, is all the videos. But what I also want you to know is that we have a GitHub repository out here with all the demos for this. And all of our stuff for .NET Conf lives in the .NET Conf organization on GitHub. So if you go github.com/.NETConf, you will see there is a .NET Conf 2025 link here, along with links to all the other .NET Confs that we've recently had. And inside this repository is where you're going to find, that's the YouTube playlist again. No, we want there's the GitHub link. So the GitHub link will get you all of the demos, all of the slides from sessions that we had, as well as some of the digital swag that we had. you'll be able to get to some of those wallpapers and things that are available out there from the event. So there is desktop wallpaper that you can download and start using that have our .NET bot and the number 10 for .NET 10 out there. All right. Lots of great stuff. Make sure you check this out so that you can go deeper on some of these topics that we're not necessarily going to get into today, but the content is available. And I want you to know that you can check that out. You can get up to speed and follow along with all of that content. Okay. This doesn't go away. It's some of our best viewed content over the next year. And I want to make sure that you know about it and you can check it out. All right. Let me say hello to a couple folks that are out there watching. My Lord, we have a lot of folks. Our friend Dee Dee Walsh is helping out. I see her there in chat. Thank you so much. And I see some folks from Scotland and Denmark. I do not have the map running today. So sorry. Connecticut, it's frosty there? Yes, it is. We're quite cold here in Pennsylvania where I am. Seattle, yes. So this weekend is the Super Bowl, and the Seahawks from Seattle are going to be participating. How you doing there? Tony's watching from Belgium. Baltimore is represented. We have a friend from Japan watching. It is late for you. My goodness. Thank you for tuning in. Some folks from India. Sweden. I was just in Sweden this week. That was tremendous. I want to make sure that you also know that we're going to be giving away a bunch of gift cards today. Amazon gift cards from our friends at Gap. Fill out a little bit of information over here, and you can win one of 10 $250 Amazon gift cards. That's huge, right? Check it out. Fill out the form. Let us know that you've been watching, that you've been participating. Our friends from, it's from Gap and Progress Telerik that are going to be giving away gift cards that I want to make sure that you have a chance to win. Fill out a little bit of information, submit the form, and you'll be entered into the raffle a little bit later today. So let me come back to just me for a little bit here. So I was having some tech issues. Yes. How you doing in Colombia? We've got some folks watching, some Canadians. Did I restart my computer? No, it didn't need to restart my computer. We had to get all the tubes connected here on the internets so that we could get watching. Some Italian friends. Hello. And then, of course, our friends from Twitch joined. Jose is watching in Brazil. How you doing there, Thindall? Let me see. Catching up on all these things. Hey, Sarah's watching in Bulgaria. How you doing there? Saskatchewan representing Northeast Pennsylvania. Ashraf is in India. How you doing there? Some more Italian friends. Some Ohio folks. Arizona, Tampa, Florida. My goodness, we're painting the map here. This is great. There's a big crowd at Gap in Costa Rica. How you doing out there? Good to see you. Thanks so much for tuning in. Now, I do want to get in. I do want to start showing you some demos. I want to talk about some of those features, some of those projects that have been updated as part of our .NET 10 release. And I went and I started up a little bit of Visual Studio Code just a little while ago and started putting together some demos. And let me dial these in for you. And we'll take a look at exactly what's changed, what we want to learn about. And I'm going to start off with a little bit of C#. So let me get all of this in the mix. And I'll bring up some C# demos for us that we'll talk about. Yeah, come on. It's a wonderful day to be a developer. Let me tell you. There we go. I have some C# 14 demos that we're going to get into. Now, our friends that were presenting the original session, that was our friend Dustin Campbell was presenting the original session. Let me make sure I call that out. And we'll go back over and bring that in. So here we go. So it was the original session is right here from our friend Dustin Campbell talking about what's new in .NET 14. And I have some code. I'll be sharing the code repository for you at the end of the session. And we're going to talk about some of these new C# 14 features. I'm going to comment these out and we'll take a look at them one at a time as we'll go through. But coming up in about 40 minutes, we'll have our first guest joining us from Progress Software. We've got a guest joining us that's going to teach us a little bit about AI, and we'll go through and learn about how we can do some things with AI using .NET 10. You haven't written some code in a few days. Well, as developers, it's a tool, it's a habit that we get in, and it's like riding a bicycle. You get back into it and you'll be back writing code in no time at all. What's the object-oriented way to become wealthy? Inheritance. Nice. All right. Let's talk about this. So the first demo that I want to talk about is extension members. So previously, we've been able to add methods, extension methods to our classes, right? Be able to extend, do something additional to our classes. This is something that's been around for 10, 11 years. It was a feature of .NET 3.5. Well, adding just methods feels lame. There's other things that I'd want to be able to add on and enable inside of my objects, inside of my projects. And folks have been asking for a long time, I want to be able to add properties to objects and be able to interact with those properties. So let's add a property called isEmpty to enumerable objects, right? That sounds pretty easy. I want to be able to just say, here's a collection of numbers and let me know if it's empty. Just isEmpty, right? Now, I know you could do this with the any predicate and iterate through that. But down here, we can use our new extension syntax to define a property, an extension property like this called isEmpty. So check it out. We have an extension of type T that's going to take as a source a list of T. Now, this is because we're taking in a generic and working with it, right? If we weren't working with the generic type, you wouldn't need the type over here. So I'm going to take in a type, an object that looks like a list of T, and we're going to add an isEmpty property to it. And that gives us the ability to say numbers isEmpty, or here's a list, and we can say isEmpty to that also. And you can, of course, see, come on. You can see that it does compile. I don't have the red squigglies here in Visual Studio Code. Same thing with empty, and I'll get a true value coming off of that when we run this, and I'll run it in just a second. I want to make sure that I show you also, here's another extension method. So we can add methods like we did before, but I can use this new extension block, extension of type T, the list of T, all labeled out here, and inside of here, these are all methods and properties that we're just going to weld onto the side of objects that implement the interface iListT, okay? And we can work with that. So then I have my where greater than, and I can do a compare there and work. It's a mystery that isEmpty is not already in the standard library. You know what, Sunifred? I think you're not wrong. However, the any link predicate works really good to provide that capability and also let you do a little bit of filtering on there as well. So what did I miss here? All right, let me continue. So I've got that syntax, and then we can, there's also an extension property that I added here, has duplicates. So I can show you, we can reach into that source and do other linky things with it, right? Get a distinct collection, check the count and see if the count's different, and then we'll know if there are duplicates. So that's an easy example to see. I'll open up here and I'll go into my C# demo, run that, and we'll get just that first demo running for us. Come on, there it is. So numbers isEmpty is false because it does have values. Numbers isEmpty true because it doesn't have values. And then the where greater than, the values that are greater than 1 are 2 and 3. Yes. Has duplicates. Yeah. With dupes. There we go. With dupes. That does have duplicates and has duplicates. For the numbers collection, it does not. So everything works, looks good, and we can see how we're starting to be able to extend and do other easy things with this. I like that, right? These are easy features that we can see and get our hands around. The next one we're going to talk about is the field keyword. So let's jump over to that one. You're not going to just jump right over, are you? Field keyword demo. Here we go. So previously, right, we had this ability to either declare properties in C# that you explicitly declared a backing field, or you could do automatic properties on a class, right? So we could do things like get and have set hanging out there. Well, now we can inspect the field that get returns by using this keyword of field. So it's a shortcut way to still use that same get set syntax, but be able to inspect that field. And here we're going to do a little bit of argument null checking. We're going to do in this one, we can do a clamp. Make sure that the value that's set is between 0 and 120, right? Somebody doesn't have an age that's less than 0 or that's greater than 120. So, and email, right? We're going to just log some information as that's coming in because we have this full access to interact with the set method for our property, and we can indicate that this field we're setting to that value. .NET Conf 2025, why not 2026? .NET Conf 2026 hasn't happened yet. We're doing a recap on .NET Conf 2025. Yeah. So had to host for Rosalind components is running out of process. That's right. Yes, you can. So this is a very clear set of demos where we're able to start interacting with and using the fields that live behind our properties. So it's a nice little way to sneak through and get access to that. I'm not even going to run that one. That one's a little bit easy to see out there. Yeah, let's do this one. Let's do this demo. So implicit span conversion. So have you been like me and you look at how you work with objects in C#, in .NET, and you might have an array of things and you think, man, it'd be really cool if I could use those memory enhanced classes and objects to interact with those things, because converting and interacting with a span of T, right? This is the memory enhanced interaction with our objects. I'd really like to be able to interact with that easily. And there's conversion things in there, and it's a little bit tricky to work with. Well, we've now introduced the ability to implicitly create a reference to whatever that object is in a span of T. So you're going to get zero allocation slicing, stack only safety. So you're going to be able to work with it just within your method and don't have to worry about garbage collection. Unified API, better performance. You're avoiding allocations and copy interactions. So check this out. We can implicitly convert by doing something like this. Here's an array of numbers, and we're going to put it into a span of numbers. So that memory optimized array that has pointers to those numbers, and then we can interact with it without creating additional copies, without having to allocate more memory. It's all managed in memory. All right. It's all passing around pointers. So really easy now to start using the higher performance interactions inside of .NET. So we can take that array and put it into a read-only span so we can do read-only interactions with it, right? Those things where you just want to scan over a collection of data. You don't actually want to change it, but you want to be able to scan across it, grab parts of it really quickly and easily. Check out that syntax right over there, right? So implicit conversion from a span of T to a read-only span. Okay, that kind of makes sense. That you should have always been able to do this, but now they've made it available. And we can pass arrays directly to methods that accept spans. So that's nice, right? Take an array and pass it in, and it'll do that implicit conversion as it comes through. So to do a sum over a read-only span is going to run faster because it's just allocating using pointers going through there. I see a question in chat. Hey, what theme am I using here in Visual Studio Code? This is, let's see, let's go to theme and I will show you. This is the active Umbra protocol from it's the Cyberpunk 2077 theme that I'm using. There's a red version of this as well that you can, that's available in the same extension. So go ahead into the extensions panel over here and look for the Cyberpunk theme. You'll see that, and it's the Umbra protocol. It gives you the cool purple and neon colors here in your editor. Winifred on Twitch comments, the cool thing is you can use the C#14 features in legacy .NET Framework apps with PolySharp or polyfill. Those aren't supported by the team, by the .NET team, but there are shims that will help you get those features running over there. Yes. But as I mentioned, it's not supported by the team, but it is something that's available out there. So 0xF0 on YouTube comments that the C#11 ref fields and then the C#12 collection expressions and then C#13 params collections and now C#14 first class interactions with spans, right? And I love being able to do that immediate interaction right there to pick off and say, take this text and put it into a read-only span of characters, right? So being able to chunk that apart and grab parts of it very, very quick, doesn't allocate additional memory. And this is, right, these are features right here that we now get to use and work with as developers that, quite frankly, were built for the higher performance optimized libraries and tools that the .NET team was building, but specifically the ASP.NET team was building, where as they're working with and building the web server, they're working with the Kestrel web server. They wanted to be able to read through the headers, the HTTP headers that were being submitted to the server and grab parts of that without having to allocate more memory and to give you access to those headers as you're writing your web application. Well, allocating that memory on every request, it was a lot of processor. It allocated and thrashed a lot of memory all the time because it was allocating a string object and then reclaiming that string object, allocate another one, and then reclaim it. By using the read-only spans like this for the values that are coming in on a web server's headers and having that in memory and just pass around pointers to those strings allocated once in memory, significantly reduced their memory footprint and the amount of processor that was being used. Because as soon as they were done with all the work on that request, because it was a span in memory, they were able to clear that up very quickly and continue. It does work, yes. Winifred commenting that the PolySharp, polyfill libraries do help folks. Absolutely, I understand it does work. I want to make sure, though, while we're here on the Microsoft channels, I want to make sure that folks understand you can use them, but the .NET team doesn't provide support for them. I just need to make sure I clarify that. That's all. So it's cool. All right, moving on. Oh, I didn't run that one. Let's go ahead and run that demo since I've got it uncommented there, and we want to be able to see it actually running. So implicit span conversions. Here's the code up here. So we started with an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We converted it to a span, and it shows up the same way. And an array to a read-only span shows the same way. We can do that sum across it. Right here, print the sum. And there it is right there. And then we can double the values and write those out. So double values, I didn't show that. So we're just going to take the values, multiply it times 2, and output it. And then string to a read-only span of characters. So taking hello.dotnetconf and output it the exact same way. It just works. It's simple, but we're working now in that higher performance, memory allocated way where we're just passing around pointers and not copying references. So make sure that I want to also make sure that you understand that this is going to become beneficial to you when you're accessing and interacting with members of that collection or that string, and you're interacting with it where you might have copied data in the past, that's when you'll see the benefit of this. Just converting everything to spans and read-only spans isn't going to start to return benefits for you. You need to actually start be working with and grabbing values out of somewhere else in that collection, okay? Very important that you understand when that will benefit you. Let's see. Let's also now go to, we have Unbound Generics. Unbound Generic, it should be name of demo. Yeah. Unbound, there we go. So you used to have to type in a type here when you would define and work with a generic, right? So I would have a list of some type. I used to have to give you that type inside the angle brackets, right? Don't need to do that anymore. We can just work with it. And it still works with the types that are assigned for us. So it's useful in logging, diagnostics, and other generic utility methods. You can go through and work with it. Can I make a custom hack collection with? No, I can't. What? Stop it over there in chat. Oh, they're going to be trolling me today. I know it. I know it. All right, friends on YouTube, keep an eye out for them over there on Twitch. They're going to be just frustrating me. I know it. Continuing. Let's see here. Simple Lambda modifiers demo. I will go to that. Come on. There we go. So the modifiers that you would be using with your Lambda methods, right? The things that are hanging out here that you're passing in and interacting with as a predicate. You can now add parameter modifiers like ref out, in, scoped, and ref read only without specifying the parameter type. So, right, we can define parse int, right? It takes some text. We're going to return some result, right? It looks almost like a func signature there. And we're going to instead reroute parse int to int try parse. So now I can have that same syntax that JavaScript folks have, where they can call parse int, and you can do that, and you don't have to specify the type like you had to previously right here. That's kind of nice. All right. So you can see how I've got some demo code that does exactly that, including even using the discard here, right? Discard the values that are coming out when I submit the underbar parameter name. I'm sorry, variable in there. And then ref modifier we can use on Lambda parameters so that you can pass in references to things without having to change, explicitly declare reference types so that you can get the modifications back in the containing methods, correct? So, Fritz is kind of busy. I am a busy man there. That's right, Frank. We were originally scheduled to have this session, this event in January, and we had some things that came up and forced us to reschedule. So we're catching up today and doing all the things. Lambda demo, partial members. Oh, the partial members it's such an undervalued feature of C#. I'm not sure there is another language that does something like this, right? But you remember we have partial classes, we have partial members, where you can define a class and say, this is only part of the class, right? And the rest of that class lives somewhere else. It might be in this file, it might be in another file, but at compile time, we're going to take those two files and merge them so we have one object that we're working with. We were able to have partial methods before, where you could declare a method syntax in one part and actually declare the content of that method somewhere else. This was great for when you were doing code gen of various features, right? Hey, here's the signature of what I want. And then we're going to code gen and actually fill it in with another file somewhere else. And we'll smash that together. Well, now you can declare, hey, there's a constructor, or here's an event handler and we'll declare that as partial. So check this out. Down here, I'll have a partial class called widget. It's got a couple properties on it. And then we'll declare, hey, there's a constructor that we're going to have that takes in a string for the name and an integer for the priority. And then we're going to define, hey, there's a event handler that we're going to place in here also. We're expecting to see that. And on the other half, we'll declare, here's the actual code that fills in the other part of that constructor, right? We use the partial keyword to declare both of these so they work together. And then that event handler, here's the other part of it that actually connects and defines it working together, along with a private backing event handler that we have as well. So that's kind of cool. The ability to declare and place these in two different places. Now, they're in one file here in this demo, so I can easily scroll back and forth and show it to you. But when in your cases, you may want to code gen the other half of this, or have something out there and implement it later, or maybe for the purposes of setting up and having code readability, place the implementation of these parts somewhere else inside your solution because maybe your class files are getting a little big. That's something that I run into, is I have class files that get a little big and different concepts inside those. Instead of breaking it out into separate classes, I'll just move it into another partial class and have it referenced and used over there. Let me catch up a little bit on chat, and then we'll move on to the next C# demo. Ronzim on YouTube says, since read-only span of T is a generic, could take any type for T, right? What if you did something weird like read-only span of an int is hello? You'd get an invalid. Yes, you would get an invalid type exception on that. That's right. Winifred asking, do I have any news about union types coming to C#? I do not have any news about that. The C# team has been working on, and you'll see them with their monthly, they have a monthly stand-up that they host, and there are monthly language design meetings that you can catch up and follow over in the GitHub repository. Let's see if I'm able to find it real quick. I might be able to. GitHub.com.net. I think there's a C# language team folder that you can find out here. See, I got to make sure I only show the public ones, you know? These. I don't see it. There is a language design. I forget exactly where it is. C# language design. It might have been the Roslyn one. Nope, .NET, C# lang. There it is. And you could see their meetings, the results of their meetings, the discussions that are happening. They're all done in the public, and they're all right here in GitHub. So I will share that link for you so that you can find the C# language team working on that. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thindall actually already had it there for me. Much appreciate. So that was the partial members. User-defined compound assignment. This is a specification that the team released. It isn't a feature you can use yet, but this is a specification that the team released and is looking for feedback on. And the idea is you have the ability to define operators for the various arithmetic operators that are out there, right? So here we're doing one for the operator plus. So we can add two vectors, and we can actually return that vector appropriately here by returning the sum of the x's and the sum of the y's. In C#14, we want to be able to do a compound operator, right? So we do the sum and the assignment, and this syntax is what they want to be able to support. In my humble opinion, this looks like a no-brainer that, yeah, we do want that. So we're going to look forward to that in the future, having this capability. So that's a specification that they announced. You can find more about that on the C# 14 What's New article. Let me see here. There's a comment on YouTube from Watch What the Health 4539. Aren't partial classes a maintenance nightmare? I don't think so. I don't think they are, because the compiler works the exact same way. Your tests will work the exact same way, whether it's a partial class or it's a single class in a single file. It's just a question of how you maintain them, how our human eyes maintain them across separate files. Copilot knows how to read and interpret and stitch those back together. So even if you're using an AI to manage those, you're gonna have a good experience with that. I think Watch What the Health. I think what you may be hinting at as a human maintaining those files, yeah, it can get a little bit tricky. I think you're right on that. But if we rely on our automated tools, continuous integration, tests, unit tests that run, as well as the compiler helping us out, they're not as much of a maintenance issue. So you need to figure out how they fit into your workflow. They're certainly not something you're required to use, but I think going cloud native makes a good point here. They'll help make code generation tasks much easier to create and follow. So, you're welcome. I appreciate the discussion. That's a good question that I want to make sure folks understand and appreciate where and when these features have value coming in. And going cloud native on YouTube had a great response there that I completely agree with. Flash aware, yes, Flash aware comments correctly here. You can't split partial types across assemblies. All the partial parts must be within the same project. He's right. They're right. Flash aware is right that when you do use the partial syntax and we declare, right, so here's two partial class widgets. They have to live in the same DLL, the same exe. And that's going to be okay if one of those is statically defined by you or your AI helped you write that, and then the second half lives somewhere else and is getting bolted together. Additionally, not only do they have to live in the same assembly, they need to, in order for them to connect, they need to be in the same namespace. So they can be in separate folders in different parts of your project, but they need to have the same namespace. So that's just a follow-up that I want to make sure that Flash aware correctly hints at there, that these are the boundaries of working with that. Jose comments here, the .NET Conf Secret Decoder Challenge was so hard. Can I make it a little bit easier next year? I never get it right. Well then, maybe I'll just make it harder. Maybe we'll make it more difficult. I hear you. There's definitely a fine line that we walk trying to make some of the games that we have on the event, try to make them difficult enough that everybody doesn't get it right away. And there's also, we want to make it easy enough that folks can qualify and win without thinking really hard about this stuff. Blame Sarah for the difficulty. I wasn't going to do any blame throwing. So, S. Dorman with another comment about partials here. They're great for isolating ASP.NET controller endpoints into logical groups, and the built-in file nesting in Visual Studio helps with organizational issues. Nice. That's another neat way to do that. Sure. That's very cool. There was one or two more that I wanted to make sure. Oh, the last one, null conditional assignment. Yes. Null conditional assignment demo. Here we go. So this is one of those things where even though we had the ability to work with nulls and kind of have our escaping operators like the Elvis operator, right? We now have null conditional assignment where if the left side turns out to be null, it'll just no-op whatever's on the right side. So check this out. If I have a nullable customer named Alice, we can do things like this: customer question mark dot order, right? The Elvis operator there. So if there is a customer, go get their, we're going to assign to their order the current order, right? And we would normally print it with something like this. Hey, go get the customer. If there is a customer, include their order here, and it will output and place that. So this gives us a lot more flexibility to not have to write more if, null check, conditionals, and then proceed. Becomes very easy now to step through and kind of work with more confidence that things might be null on the left side, and we'll just no-op whatever's on the right side, right? So if null customer is null, then it won't assign 50 to the loyalty points, increment the loyalty points by 50. So you're still not sure you got the decoder challenge 100% right. Nobody can be told whether they're exactly 100% right, because the secret decoder challenge is a secret. No, we gave the answer at the end of the event. I forget what the answer was to it, but we had one. It was out there. All right, so I'll show you the source code repository for this later, and you'll be able to take a look and get into some of these demos. You missed the end because time zones? Yes. It was rather late for our friends in the European time zones. No doubt. Can you pipe them on else? Let me go back to this. So there's a question here from, is it Lars? From Lars Bacher. Can you, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. So if that isn't assigned, can you pipe them somewhere else? No, that's not currently a feature of this. What I would revert back to a null checking operator there to interact with it, right? If you wanted, you can't do a conditional on the left, can you? You might be able to, right? Can you do something like null customer? I don't think that'll work. I don't think that'll work. But that also feels a little weird. So, like, you might be able to, while that might be possible, I don't think you actually want to do that. So, yes, the last one was secret agent. I think that's right. Let me see here. The first rule of the secret decoder challenge is we do not talk about the secret decoder challenge. Today, though, I want to make sure I call this out, right? Today, you do have the chance to, just like we had during the full .NET Conf event, you do have a chance to win some gift cards from our friends at Growth Acceleration Partners and Progress Telerik. They have a form here that you can fill out, and you can check out their information, stuff about their company and what's going on, and they will announce some winners for this raffle at the end of the broadcast. So check that out. I will share that link into YouTube and to Twitch. There you go. So that you can you can participate. You don't need to be here at the end, but click through, check it out, and answer just a few questions, and you might have a chance to win a $250 Amazon gift card. All right. Clicking through here, keeping an eye on things. I think we're all right. We need to add a question mark on every single occurrence of null customer. Where'd it go? Over here. Well, okay. We're declaring a nullable customer because we've put customer question mark. So, yes, because you are declaring that you want to work with that nullability. And that's going to affect, right? There's two sides of this. That's going to affect how you use your customer object. But it's going to also protect you from null interactions, right? If you didn't put the question mark there, you would get some null errors if you did try to assign null to this. You're explicitly calling this out and saying, I want to enable null assignment to this. And you're effectively taking off those safety guardrails so that you can go through and interact with the customer and potentially assign null to it. That might be a valid operation for you, but as a safety guideline where you might not always want to be able to accept nulls into a customer object here, right? If I take that question mark off, right, I should be getting a null check there. Yeah, there's it. We're not going to get squiggles. We should be getting squiggle lines on there that shows that, hey, this isn't legit. You're not allowed to assign null to this. So by doing that, you're preventing the no, I'm assigning null there to null customer. If I take that off, it should throw an error. So but I'm not getting it right there. And if I, hang on. Yes. If I take that off, I should get a null assignment error here. This one, we'll just undo that and we'll .NET run and see it come through. So up here we go. Converting null literal to a possible null value or null conditional type, non-nullable type. So it's right there on line 17. It's throwing a warning on that, and if you turn on warning as errors, then that error, that would be an error that would block you from proceeding. It's all about creating little safety catches for you in how you work with nulls, right? The null exception is the number one exception that we see folks run into. You're running into a null value where you weren't expecting to have a null value. That's where we want to be able to handle this. We want to be able to do some extra things so you have those guardrails. All right. There we go. 1 second here. That's better. All right. Catch up on a couple more comments here. Might be useful to for some kind of best effort mapping operation or something if the property is not null. So I would suggest to a little bit of Babel's comment here. Let me show this one. Some kind of best effort mapping operation. That might be something that you want to wrap up as an extension method, like, or an extension property that we saw. Not partial members. Where'd it go? I have that out here. It is, yeah, extension members. I closed that one. You may want to set that up as an extension method down here, so it does so that you do the null check and do some sort of either error handling or additional processing. But building and adding that extension method might go a long way for you. This isn't a bad idea at all. That's not a bad idea at all. I really like that. So thank you for the comment on that. The solution to null reference exceptions: reintroduce on error, resume next. No, don't do that. No. All right. I want to pause talking about some of the C# 14 things that were released in .NET 10. I'll get that out. A bunch of version numbers coming back and forth there. And I want to start talking about some of the things that we've been doing, we've been seeing that are coming in with the AI features, right? We've done C# things. We had a number of sessions as part of .NET Conf talking about how you can bring artificial intelligence features into your applications. And more than just using Copilot, there's a bunch of concepts that we need to get through and understand. And there's a lot of acronyms that are being thrown around that for many of us, like myself, who are rank and file developers that have been working with database and web and these other technologies for years and years, it'd be good to take a step back and learn a little bit about some of those technologies. And I want to bring on, we have Eudald, is it Camprubi? I hope I pronounced that right. Let me bring on Eudald here to join us. Hey there, Eudald.
Hi, Jeff. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you give a little bit of your background and introduce yourself for our friends that are watching?
Sure. First of all, my name, which is a bit complicated to pronounce, it's Eudald.
Oh,
I'm based in Barcelona. Yeah, it's difficult. So no worries, no worries. I'm based in Barcelona, and I'm the co-founder and former CEO at Nuclea. That was a company acquired by Progress a few months ago, and we were developing RAG as a service systems to provide RAG pipelines to our customers. So yeah, this is a bit my background.
Okay, so providing RAG as a service, that is a tremendous capability to be able to add on to our applications. But let me just take a step back and make sure folks understand. Here we are with another acronym. Can we talk about what RAG is and the simple way that folks might see that they might have used it with something like ChatGPT or Copilot?
Let me try. You know, on Thursday, so today, I'm usually going to have lunch with my parents, and my mom every single time asks me, "Okay, can you please explain me what RAG is so I can understand?" So I will try
the same way with asking about. I don't understand what this is, so I am right there with you.
Good. So what I will try is to explain RAG in the same way I explain every single Thursday to my mom. So hopefully you all understand. So first of all, RAG. RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. So that's the meaning of those three letters. So let's imagine that you take your ChatGPT application and you ask a question. So basically, when you ask a question to ChatGPT, you get an answer, and it's very cool because you always get an answer. And the reason why you get an answer when you ask a question to ChatGPT or Gemini or any other of those large language models is because those large language models have been trained with public available data. So they took basically all the data from the internet and they use it to train a model that is today able to answer almost any type of question.
So like, it's almost like I'm searching Wikipedia.
Almost like searching Wikipedia with vitamins, let's say like this.
Yes.
The thing is, what happens when you want to ask a question on top of information that it's not publicly available? So the models do not have access to that data. So basically, this is what RAG is. It's the availability to ask questions to your internal knowledge, which is not public available. So it's using the power of the language models to ask questions on top of your private knowledge, obviously keeping security and privacy in place, and using the power of the generative of those models, the way they are able to write answers in natural language on top of your knowledge, basically, without, again, putting in risk your data, because data keeps secure and isolated from those models to train it with your data. So that's what basically RAG is.
So let me try and make sure I understand this. So I need to do some work on my lawnmower. It doesn't run right. I have a problem with the feed on the self-powering wheels on it. So I wanted to go out and I wanted to search the internet and find how can I fix the lawnmower here. And when I go and look that up, if the manual for the lawnmower from the manufacturer isn't on the external internet, even if I ask ChatGPT, it's not going to find it. But if the company that makes the lawnmower has that manual loaded in with a RAG service on top of their AI, they can do a search and they can find it because they've kind of added it on to the language model.
That's right. But let me double click in something that you say that it's important. So Language models are designed, public available language models are designed to make humans happy. That's the bottom line. So if you ask a question to ChatGPT and ChatGPT does not have the answer, it will pretend that it knows the answer, and it will provide you with an answer that you probably will think that it's okay. The reality is that the model is pretending something that it doesn't know. And that's the power of RAG. So being able to answer very precisely a question on top of your data, avoiding hallucinations. So not letting the model pretend that it knows an answer when it doesn't know. So making sure that the answers that you provide to your users, to your customers, it's always correct.
Now, the follow-up question to this, and I'm glad some of the folks in chat have already gone ahead and asked this, and I want to make sure that we touch on this. So, okay, I have my GPT-4, GPT-4o, GPT-5 model out there. Maybe it's a Gemini model, and I do RAG on top of that. But why would I choose to use RAG versus, well, why don't I just retrain a Gemini model so that it knows all about my stuff, and I don't need to do RAG with that? What's the difference between those?
Okay, if you have several $100 million, go ahead and retrain or train your model. But obviously, probably it's not the case of most of the people listening to this or watching us today. So why it's relevant, RAG? First of all, because there is also a concept that it's important to understand, which is that models comes with something that is called context window. The context window of a model, it's the amount of information you can add to the model to answer a question. So the context window, it's not very big, let's say like this. That means that if you have 10 documents, it's completely fine. You can just take those documents and use it with Gemini, as an example. You can add, or ChatGPT. The challenge is once you start having not only documents, but also videos, and you don't have 10 documents, you have 10,000 documents. So 10,000 documents, they are bigger than the context window that you can add to the language model. And that's why RAG is crucial here, because the way RAG works is that when a user asks a question, we are able to understand the user intent, so what the user wants to achieve, and then we are able to go to the database where your documents are, and we are able to retrieve only the specific parts of the documents or of your 10,000 documents. We retrieve only the specific parts that are relevant to answer to the user. So first of all, we reduce the amount of context window that we send to the model, because we are only sending to the model very tiny parts of your documents. We avoid the model to hallucinate, because we only let the model to answer based on the context that we send to it. And we are saving tons of tokens, because tokens are expensive. So that's why you have to consider RAG.
Okay, so it gives us that access to be able to have something that is a model that knows about our stuff without having to spend hundreds of millions of dollars and use tons of computing resources to rebuild and have the Fritz GPT-5 model that
That's right.
I don't exactly need, because I'm loading up the documentation around a lawnmower manual in my case.
That's right. And not only this, RAG lets you not to be locked into one specific LLM provider. That means that, as you know, models keep improving. Every single day there is a new model in the market. And once you have your RAG pipeline, you can keep testing those different models, understand which one provides the answers that you like the most or the best answers for your use case. So you are not, at the end of the day, vendor locked. And this is also an important consideration to make.
Okay. I want to go to a couple questions that have been coming in on chat. There's a question here from Watch What the Health. Okay. I enjoy that name. But asking, how does RAG help address the lost in the middle phenomenon and retrieving contradictory information?
That's a great question, because internal information from companies might contradict one to the other, and that's a very common thing to happen. So basically, what happens is that when we retrieve data from documents that might be contradictory, at the output time, when we provide the answer, we explain according to some of your information, and we basically also we show the citation. So we explain to the user the specific paragraph we use to generate the answer. So we say, based on your information, the answer is A because of these documents, but you have other documents which it indicates that the answer is B based on those other documents. So basically, we provide both angles at answer time, so the user, the customer, or whoever is reading the answer can really understand where the information is coming from and can make their own decision.
Okay, so that's very helpful to be able to have that full scope insight as to what's coming back. Let me just make sure I catch. So there were some questions though about the context windows. When we start using RAG, though, we are going to start to consume some of that context window that we're submitting into Gemini or Claude or one of those. So then we have a slightly smaller context window. But what I'm hearing from you, it doesn't sound like we're going to be using up too much of the context window by bringing on these resources for the language model to take a look at.
Yeah, and exactly. And why it's important to reduce the context window? First of all, because if you have Gemini, if I'm not mistaken, right now it's providing 1 million tokens of context window, which is a lot.
That's massive, yes.
That's massive. Asking a question using 1 million tokens of context window, it will be extremely slow, of course, because there is a lot of context. It will be extremely expensive, and you cannot wait for 20 minutes for the model to provide the answer. That's exactly. So the only way to be cost effective, deliver very fast outputs, and provide an extremely good conversational experience with your users is basically reducing the context window, making sure that what you are sending to the model, it's the right information, and the retrieval here is very, very important, and providing to the user the answer that he's looking for.
So for many folks out there that are working with a small data set, maybe they're a company that has a set of products out there that they're providing customer support for. My gosh, it's not going to be a lot of space that you're occupying in the context window. Even if it's something sophisticated that you're scanning across, maybe it's law documents, maybe it's something that is very complex, you're still not using up many of those tokens at all, and you're still getting the value of the language model being able to iterate and help you consume and crunch through all of that data that you want to analyze and work with.
That's right. That's exactly right. And not only this, they can make sure that the specific context that we retrieve and we send to the model will never be used by the model to train the new version of the model, neither to store the data. And this is also very, very important for organizations.
Yes. So my data stays my data. And we know that with some of the models that are out there, some of the vendors that are hosting them, they do have privacy declarations where questions and interactions you have with them will help to train, help to feed and improve other responses for other folks. So private data that is internal to my organization, I want to stay mine. RAG helps with that. Okay, I hear you. Exactly. That is really impressive. So you were saying that you've built, you were a former CEO, and you have a RAG tool. We're going to see a little bit about that from our friend Ed here in a bit. Can you tell us a little bit about what a commercial RAG service provides? What's the value of that to us as .NET developers?
Sure. So for you to understand what a RAG pipeline is, we have to understand that AI is about data. So if you don't have data, there is no AI. And this is important to understand. So a RAG as a service, or our end-to-end approach to RAG as a service, it provides from data ingestion. So we are able to make your data AI ready. That means that you can use the pipeline with any file type in any language and almost from any data source. And basically what we are doing is we are transforming the data, a PDF as an example, and we are turning that PDF into AI-ready data, AI-ready information. It has a lot of processes. As an example, we extract the full text of the file. We split the paragraph into chunks. We are able to generate embeddings. Embeddings, as just to explain in 1 second, it's a way to turn text into numbers. That's a very basic definition. But embeddings are very important because this is what we use to provide semantic search. And so basically, there is a full process of making data AI ready. We store the data in different indexes, and then we provide a way for users to ask questions. We provide a tool to basically fine-tune the way we retrieve the data from the database as well. And we let customers to decide what language model they want to use to provide answers. And yet there is something very, very important, which is that with every single answer that we provide quality metrics. So one of the things that it's very, very important for any of you thinking about deploying an AI product in production is that you have to have quality metrics to understand the quality of the output that you are generating.
Okay.
So for a RAG pipeline, it's very important, and we are obsessed about providing those quality metrics to our customers. It's very important that you as a customer can understand how good your answers are. Because
is my data clean, right? Do I have duplicates laying around that are going to confuse the AI? These types of things is what I'm assuming you're referring to.
That is happening. That's absolutely right. This is happening at indexation time. But the quality metrics I'm referring to right now, it's how can you know that the answer that the model is providing, it's true.
Gotcha.
It's grounded in the context that we are sending to the language model, and you understand where the answer is coming from. So that traceability that you have to provide for you to understand where the answer is coming from and how good the answer is based on your data, this is quality. It's making sure that you can trust the output that you're generating. And this is key for any product deploying AI in production.
So when I, as a .NET developer, say, "Oh, okay, I think I understand what Eudald is talking about there," and I pronounced it right that time, didn't I?
Almost like my mom, Jeff. I'm very happy. I'm very happy.
So, but I understand what you're talking about. Gosh, I can grab a vector database and I can work with one of the free GitHub models that are out there, and I can stitch this together. And when I hear folks wanting to pull those parts together, you're treading on thin ice, because to exactly what you're describing, you need to be able to understand the quality of what it is you're working with, and you're running into that same scenario where do you really want to write your own password hashing algorithms, and bringing in a tool that's been tuned and tweaked and can provide RAG capabilities is going to go a long way to ensure, to exactly your point, high quality answers that are coming back from the language model for your use case.
That's right. And generating bad outputs can risk your business. So
yes,
that's very important to take into consideration. So of course, myself, I'm a developer, and I love building things myself. Putting yourself a RAG pipeline in place and deploying it in production, it might be risky. It might be risky because there are a lot of different components. The integration of those components is extremely difficult. The technology evolves very fast, so you have to keep updating every single piece every day. So it's really hard to do. And again, even if I love developing, this is a path that I would not recommend to go. For a Sunday afternoon, it's great. To bring this in production for your company, I would not consider it.
Dangerous, risky. Yeah. And there's some questions in chat. Is this something that ties in, is related specifically to Visual Studio Code or Visual? No, we're actually not at a level where we're talking about the tools just yet. We're talking about just the ideas of how some of these AI features and capabilities work together to answer some of the questions that are in chat about the layer that we're talking about for this conversation. We want to make sure that folks get some background information from an expert who's actually been building and managing these RAG AI assisted tools for us. There's a question here I want to touch on. While using RAG as a service, how do you identify and address potential bottlenecks in security, latency, data accuracy?
Okay, first of all, you have to decide the best provider that provides visibility on top of this. In our case, we have a very high latency standards. So you have to also understand that when creating RAG or using a RAG as a service, there is a part that belongs to the provider, so the one that built the full pipeline. But there is a third-party element here, which is the LLM. So sometimes LLMs are slow to answer, and this is nothing about the pipeline itself. It's about maybe ChatGPT is busy at a specific minute you're asking a question. So latency. So you have to consider latency in that case, as an example, as two different factors. The first one is how fast you are to retrieve from the database what is relevant to the user. And in our case, we are under 100 milliseconds. So it's very, very fast.
Nice.
Then we send that to the LLM, and the output time, the time to get the answer, it's always depending on the LLM that you are using, first of all. In terms of security, we would have conversations for at least 3 hours talking about security around RAG, data isolation, data encryption, and everything. I just can say that in our case, we are what we call enterprise ready. So we take security extremely, extremely into consideration. But happy to have this conversation in another moment.
Okay. Very cool. There's actually a comment here, someone asking, it'd be great to see a little bit further discussion of this, actually looking at the technology. Coming up, our friend Ed Charbeneau, who works with Eudald, is going to show us a little bit about how we can use .NET with RAG services and some of the other AI features that were announced. So we wanted to bring our friends Eudald and Ed Charbeneau together to show off the two sides of this and get a great explanation about what exactly the background is, how these pieces fit together, and then we'll get into the nuts and bolts with Ed specific to .NET. Because I know not everybody's a .NET developer and is up to speed with all the capabilities of our technology stack. And I know, Eudald, you've produced a tool that can work with .NET, and Ed and his team have some of those features that show how that work. Okay, so now I think we're up to speed. I've caught all the questions here. Yeah, great. So as we go through, you must be seeing a lot of folks that are trying to load up and use for their RAG tool for your service. It sounds weird to say RAG tool, but for your service, it sounds like there's folks that are bringing probably different size databases, different size sets of data. And at what point does it make sense that, hey, I really should be loading this into an external service like what your team provides? Like, is there a minimum size that we should be considering and saying, yes, let's go take that to an external service? Is there a maximum size? What am I looking at here as far as sizing when I want to bring in a third-party solution?
So I would say that the answer is not about the data size, it's about the use case, because we have customers, in our case, using our pipeline with 50 documents, and companies using our system with millions and millions of documents. The thing is about the use case, how much you care about the data that you are adding into the pipeline, how much you would like to fine-tune some of the parameters of the RAG pipeline to make sure that you are, when you use it, to make sure you, first of all, understand in the right way the intent of the user, and you are going and then you are able to go to the database to retrieve in the exact way you have to retrieve the data for the specific use case. So RAG one of the wonderful things about a RAG as a service pipeline is that it can fulfill, in terms of the data, amount of data, almost the full range, from 1 document to 100 million documents. My recommendation, it's always the same. It's think about your use case, how you would like to customize the answers, the outputs, how much are you willing to experiment with different language models, and this is very important sometimes, what are your data formats? So do you have videos along with PDF or websites? So the data types and the languages of your document. So obviously in the US, almost everything is in English, but a lot of companies, they have data in different languages, or they have to provide outputs from different users across the world. So all those different cases are very important at the time you consider to use a service, a software as a service, or you prefer to build to do it yourself, basically.
And you've got me now thinking about scenarios for folks that want to interact with like tax regulations, and there's hundreds of thousands of documents, legal documents, PDFs, websites that are out there, and wanting to ask a question like, hey, can I write off the expense for my mobile phone, and being able to get the insight not just of, well, how are you using this, and getting the follow-up questions from the LLM to decide based on some of the things it found in the documentation. That becomes extremely valuable as an add-on on top of the language models. And certainly that's the type of size that folks are going to find a lot of value in. Something like my lawnmower manual, usable, but certainly not providing that significant value. And the example I was just sharing of being able to ask questions and have a discussion, do you see folks do that type of discussion with the tool where they'll ask leading questions and let some feedback come and then do some follow-up processing? Are folks doing a discussion type of approach, or are they trying to one-shot things with the tool sets?
Again, this is 100% about the use case that you are building. We have customers, you were mentioning legal, and we have quite a lot of customers in legal having huge discussions with contracts, let's say like this. Anyway, there is yet something we didn't explain, which it could be interesting for the audience, which is how you can use agents together with RAG. Because everyone is talking about agents, and sometimes and agent workflows and agentic capabilities. Maybe today we are not going to have enough time, but for the audience, just to throw something in the table, when you plug the concept of using agents together with RAG, the concept is extremely powerful, because you can use then the power of agents to auto-classify your data, summarize your data, generate your own knowledge graph based on your data, and understand how your information connects one to the other. So it's extremely powerful, and it really opens hundreds of new use cases.
Yeah.
So it's very, very powerful.
Very cool. Now, I want to make sure that we kind of pull this together with the implementation details that folks can go through and use in .NET. So let me bring in our friend Ed Charbeneau, who is going to, hello Ed, help us out with understanding a little bit of some of what Eudald is talking about here around using RAG and introducing that to .NET.
Absolutely. It's been a great conversation, by the way. I've been watching for a bit now, and I just want to kind of recap as we connect some things together. Do you mind if I share my screen, Jeff?
Yeah, let me grab that.
So I love visuals, so I have visuals for everything all the time. So you guys were talking about like the whole RAG architecture and like, don't do this yourself, right?
Yeah.
And I 100% agree there. I feel like this is one of those things that draws a parallel to something like security. Who has written their own security implementation? Like, do you write your own OAuth provider? No. Like, don't do that, right?
No.
Same thing with RAG. Don't go down that rabbit hole. There are ways to do it. The problem with that is there are multiple vendors for like all of these things. There's so many different models to choose from. And as we were picking up on the last bits of conversation, we were talking about the like entity recognition and knowledge graph and stuff like that all starts to become an issue if you don't have those things in place. Like you don't want to just do like a basic vector, cosine similarity search and call it a day. There's a lot more going on behind that search. So, you have all these off-the-shelf options that you can start mashing up and putting together, but that's not really where you should be spending your time.
Yeah.
And Progress Agentic RAG is like that one solution that does everything. So it takes all of that, the problems that you need to solve, and puts them into one solution where everything's already solved for you. So you can ingest any type of data. You could bring in structured and unstructured data and extract tags and build your entity graphs and all of the your RAG graphs and all of those things. And then you get your hybrid search that does, the semantic and keyword search and entity filtering and all of that. Plus you get quality metrics and evaluation all built into the system as well. So you don't have to worry about that. And then you can generate your answers from the system and trust the answers that you're getting. So you get all of your results are grounded. They have citations. You can track back to where that data came from your database.
Okay.
And that is all very important.
I love seeing that when I work with Copilot. When I link through from Bing, yes, I use Bing, and when I do those searches and I get the AI results, having those footnotes that link back to here's the website that this came from, here's exactly where I decided to use this information. That's really, really helpful for me to know that content was grounded and I have that authoritative resource that I can fall back on and learn from. So,
yep.
Udo, I don't know if you want to stick around for a little bit here, but I think we're going to move into a little bit of the implementation and talk about some of the .NET features. Otherwise, we can let you go if you're interested.
Sure, I will keep listening to you. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Ed. It was a pleasure.
All righty. Thanks so much, Eudald.
Thank you very much.
See you next time.
And thank you. It was a great introduction to everything. I enjoyed that myself.
Right. Having the background to kind of set the table for here's some of the things that we're using. And we're going to look a little bit at the RAG tool here, and we're going to look a little bit at some of the AI features that were announced and released with .NET. We want to make sure that we get a nice collection of different things that we're now able to do, right? Because there's a lot of questions around what we can do, what we can't do with the AI. I want to make sure that Jose has a question here in chat that I want to make sure that we get to before we get too far into this. You've talked a bit about bringing in data from different media types, whether it's video, blog posts, web content, PDFs. The question here from Jose is, well, then how do we chunk that data to help the RAG process?
I closed my visuals. I actually have a visual for this. Let me see if I can grab it real quick. But we are talking about using embedding models for that. So you're going to want to chunk up that data. So here's what the process looks like when you start building out a RAG system. I'll try to just without zooming all the way in because it likes to throw my monitors into a fit. So the basic RAG definition. So you're going to retrieve information using semantic similarity. So you are not doing a keyword search. You are looking for semantically similar things in your data that have the same meaning as the question that you asked. So you're going to go in and pull out those results and put them in the AI's memory. You're going to put it in context, and then it's going to rephrase all of that into a final response.
Okay.
And that's the generation process. So you augment it with the data you pulled back, you generate a new response backed with citations. But the front end of doing this whole RAG thing is getting data into the system.
Yeah.
So you're going to hear the word ingest being thrown around a lot. And what you're going to do as part of that ingestion process is you're going to have many providers because you have many different types of data. So you're going to have like a PDF provider or a Word doc provider or just a text provider that's going to pull in the text from those documents. And it is going to break those up into chunks that it can use to do the embedding. Now,
Chunks is the technical term for this, is what I'm hearing from you, right? And I'm
actually,
seeing
yeah, we do use the word
It
chunking in this.
it is.
And those chunks may vary depending on what the type of document is, what your database is capable of handling, what your embedding model is capable of handling. Again, this goes back to the try not to do this yourself. There's a lot of moving pieces. This is not a developer's task. Like, this is a team's task to build a RAG system. And you're going to have data scientists, and you're going to have a lot of folks to do this. So you're not going to have to worry about this with the Progress Agentic RAG stuff, because we take care of this for you, but the process is the same. You bring in your data, it gets chunked up. Those individual chunks get embedded as vectors. And when we embed those vectors are the semantic meaning of that chunk. And that gets put in your database.
Okay, so if in my case, I'm going to go back to my lawnmower scenario. If I'm embedding and chunking up the manual for my lawnmower, when I search for things like the lawnmower blade, it's not looking for the text blade. It's not looking for that word, but it's looking for that concept of a lawnmower blade, something that cuts grass.
Right.
Okay.
And this is where things can get a little tricky. We could talk about the knowledge graph in a minute. So keep that in mind. Park that in your context for a minute. That we talked about, like, the search side of this.
I'm going to push it on the stack here.
The question was about embeddings, and so we've talked. I talked a lot about pages of text, right? What if you want to get other types of media into the system, like you've got images and video and so on and so forth, audio? There's going to be other providers that embed those things and put them in your database as well. You would have to select a provider and embedder that can handle those type of scenarios as well.
Okay.
So this is how it gets stored in the database. And then once it's in there, you can do the retrieval process. You'll have some mechanism for searching. There are different algorithms for doing similarity as well. But usually it's some type of like cosine similarity that we're going to choose. And it's really interesting. I don't think I have the visual on this. I have it in my Dome Train AI course, a little blurb about it. But if you think of this cosine similarity, if you were to put this in a dimensional space and you said, I'm searching for dairy, and in this three-dimensional space, you have relationships between things like milk, cheese, and other dairy products. Right. Those all have a similarity, right? What if I said I don't want dairy? What's really cool about this is you can flip that vector space and get the opposite of it. You might say, what is the opposite of dairy? It might be things like spicy hot peppers, right?
Yeah.
So you can actually figure those things out through these semantic similarity searches that you wouldn't be able to do with like a plain text search.
Okay. So what you're describing is, when you say cosine similarity, for folks that are in the in the relational database model, it's like using a like with a percent sign somewhere there in your comparison when you're just comparing strings. But instead of strings, we're comparing concepts, and that's why we need to do this cosine comparison.
Yeah, it's a mathematical function. I mean, we're talking about vectors, but like I said, what's really cool is you can like negate that and point it in the opposite direction. And you can say, all right, the opposite of dairy is, capsaicin or something like that. And that falls into the pepper category and spicy things. And if I drink milk, I can put out the flames from the hot peppers. So it's a really cool tool that we can integrate into like search and getting answers.
Okay. So that's a little bit about how we can chunk things. How do I know what the right size is to chunk things, though?
So that's going to depend on your database and your embedding model. And those things also have to line up. Like, your database, if you start using one embedding model, you don't want to like swap those midstream because the vector size is going to be different depending on the models that you're working with. So you'll get errors if you try to do something like that. So with Progress Agentic RAG, we don't have to worry about that because all of those problems are a solved problem for us.
Cool. Okay. So I see here the website, the tool. This is something that we can add on to our .NET projects?
So the Progress Agentic RAG is a software as a service. It is written in Python, but that's nothing that has to do with the .NET developer. Like, we don't really need to concern ourselves with what it was written in, because we're going to use this as a software as a service. We have APIs that we can call to get to this and do all sorts of things. And that's the important part for the .NET folks. So this is the dashboard where we can check in on the health status and accuracy and groundedness of our data that is in here. We can even come in and do like some back office work. We could do this all with APIs as well, but we could do this if you're a visual person like myself, you want to ingest data. You can ingest single files, whole folders of data, drop URL links, put full text resources, just paste them right in. This is a super powerful one. I can upload a sitemap. So if you have an existing website, you want to ingest all of that unstructured data directly into this, you can just throw your sitemap in here, and then you can also say restrict specific sections, and you can say, all right, ignore the header and footer, just focus on the main CSS selector for this, all the pages on this site, because you don't want to keep ingesting useless stuff like your menu over and over again.
Okay.
So there's ways to restrict all of that and fine tune, or probably a bad term to use in this context. You can directly target the searches
that you want to load.
The content you want to load. That's
okay.
the right way to say it. You can drop in Q&As as well. And then there's also a synchronization tool that you can run on your own infrastructure, whether it's a server or desktops or whatever it is. And then you can hit this with APIs too. So you can roll your own ways of pulling data in and making sure it's synchronized.
Okay.
Once you upload that data, it goes into the database, which is you can explore through this resource list. And these are all the things that we pulled in. This database, I think, is kind of a very meta database. It's focused on Progress Agentic RAG itself. So there's a lot of progress data in here. There's things like podcasts in MP4 format that we can dig into. And then there is also, let's see if I can grab it in, let me try a document. Let me do a doc and see if I can jump into, there we go. These are all of the corresponding entities in here. So you talked a little bit about your lawnmower and the lawnmower blade. Well, sometimes there are things that we ask questions about that don't fit the cosine similarity equation. They're not semantically similar because they have entities or physical things, that us humans use to relate objects to one another. And like people is one thing. So you might have a situation where you might ask it what the lawnmower blade for a given like lawnmower, like a Husqvarna or something like that.
Sure.
Is. Well, Husqvarna is a product, right? So there might be a way for this to search by product, even though we are not asking it to search by product, but it can infer that we're asking it to search by product because it knows what entities are within the data.
We've provided some context for that to help it filter that.
Right. So this one has things like organizations. So there's a multiple product type things in here, organizations that it categorized them as. So Azure, GitHub, RagGraph, Microsoft. These are all things that it has as entities that it has identified. So if you ask maybe a follow-up question to something, it has these as well. So you might list out, this this type of lawnmower, and then you can say, all right, tell me more about Husqvarna, whatever, and it'll go through and it'll be able to relate that data that way. So this is a feature that is in addition to like basic RAG. This is another concept. We call it named entity recognition, gets you all of the entities, and then there's a knowledge graph that it builds on all of that. We could see that. These are the named entities in here. They have a relation. There's a really nice view in here. I can always forget where we put it, but it shows like a relationship model with all of these things.
Now, so I want to make sure I touch on, there's a question here in chat. Is there a way for folks to get in and try and test and explore the tool?
Yeah, so there is a 14-day free trial. If you go to nuclea.com, we just went through an acquisition, so that's currently the site of the company that we made the acquisition of. So it's nuclea.com, and you can hit getting started there and grab a 14-day free trial.
Cool.
And you can test it that way. You can also go to Progress. Progress, we are the company that made the acquisition, and I work for. If you go to progress.com, you'll see this how can we help you today. This is an AI-powered search that is using that Nuclea infrastructure as a service. So
nice.
The Progress Agentic RAG product that we have under the Progress portfolio now is being used, and it has been given all of the information for all of our products. So I can come in here. This is really neat, because you think of like these search boxes as, traditional searches, but they can do a lot more than that. You can ask it questions in a much different way. You can say, I'm a JavaScript developer, and I'm building a dashboard. What tools can I use? So you're going to get a different kind of search result now. You're not just asking something very specific. You're not saying, what is Kendo UI? Or, how do I get started with Kendo UI? I can give this a scenario, and it can do product recommendations for me. And it can do multiple at a time. So you'll see we've got Kendo UI. It comes in React, Angular, and Vue flavors. Here's some best practices, getting started, pricing options, and so on. So because I told it I'm a JavaScript developer and I'm building a dashboard, it came up with those. If I would have left out the dashboard part, it might have come back with some additional products, because we have things that are in that, that have JavaScript SDKs and things like that.
Sure.
But because I specified a dashboard, it knows I want user interface. So it pulled Kendo UI.
Now, this is clearly, right, you showed us where your team has taken the Nuclea database, the Nuclea tool, gotten the RAG capabilities and embedded it in your website. So can we start taking a look at how .NET developers can use some of the new Microsoft AI features that were rolled into .NET, combined a little bit with Nuclea, maybe, and learn how to do more with this?
So I should start by saying that what I'm going to show is not a public release yet. So we are in the middle, or we're at the end of developing a C# SDK. Right now, there are REST APIs for all of the APIs that touch the Progress Agentic RAG product, which is backed by the Nuclea database. So all of those REST APIs you'll find under the Nuclea REST API. What me and my team have been doing is working on a .NET or a C# SDK that is going to shorten that workload. You can get started super fast. So I'll show you just how fast you can get started with that SDK.
So chat room, I want to just to reiterate what Ed's saying here. This isn't released yet, so keep it to yourself.
Don't keep it to yourself, but don't go looking for this on our website quite yet. We're going to have a launch here pretty soon. We're looking at the The end of the month now is the target for doing a pre-release. So
Okay.
it'll come in preview soon, and then we'll have a full release shortly after.
But what they're going to see here in the demo, in the code you're showing, is these are concepts that you can do today. These are features that are in .NET that you can use now, and the Progress RAG tool is going to be there to help you in the future.
Absolutely. So the Progress Agentic RAG, the C# SDK, since it's touching the Nuclea API, it is kind of completely separate from like the Microsoft extensions AI libraries, but you can take the two and kind of mash them together. So what you could do is use something like the extensions AI, and you could use Nuclea and either add it as a tool. You can talk to it through, you could create your own MCP, and then bring your data into another AI system that you're working with. So they do work well together now that they have a common C#, place they can communicate.
Terrific.
So also it's worth mentioning that the models that we're using are hosted in Azure, and you can actually go into the dashboard, and there is a tab under Advanced where you can go in and set all of your AI models, and you'll see that many of them are hosted up in Azure, and you can control all that. You can do your own custom hosting in there from Azure as well. So if you, like somebody talked about fine tuning earlier, you could go full tilt and do a fine tuned model in Azure and connect it to that backend. But anyway, let's focus on .NET. I've got a very dead simple Blazor application. It is just a simple search box that we're going to see, and then we'll go into a more complex demo. I wanted to show the simple first because it just shows how easy this is to set up. The first thing I'm going to do is use dependency injection. I'm going to say configuration, add required section, and I'm giving it a NucleaDB config file or config object. So this is just a simple API key object. So it's got API keys, the ID of the database, which is called a knowledge box in this world, and the endpoint. So you get those three pieces of data, and then you simply say add NucleaDB and pass it that configuration, and now it's part of my environment.
Injected and available to us.
Yep, just those two lines of code there. I can go in and connect to that back office that we just saw. Now I'm going to go to a Blazor page. I've got home.razor here, and I'm going to use dependency injection here. You can use the old @inject, or you can do it the new constructor way. It's backwards in the Blazor world, right? We had @inject first, and then we got the traditional way second. I kind of like this way. So I'm going to inject the NucleaDB here, and then off of that I have an interface that I can talk to called search, and I could call the method askAsync, and I'm going to pass in a question that we're going to get from the UI. And then once we put that text in from the UI and call our askAsync method, we'll get our answer back from the database. So we'll have response.data.answer, and it's just that dead simple. It's just those couple lines of code. We can also do streaming text as well. So we could do an ask streaming async. We could get that nice, streaming text that writes out on the screen. That
so it
is
looks
also
like it's typing. Yeah.
It's also an available method that we can use. So we'll go ahead and run this, and I'll just do a quick .NET run. And I'm not in the right directory. There we go. .NET run. This is so much easier with Aspire, by the way. When you have like a multi folder situation, just do Aspire run, and it just kind of knows where to go and run. Been playing a lot with that recently. So we'll let that compile and run. haven't seen any new questions. I don't know if this just popped up again. Is this available for testing? Not yet. It is not yet. You might have missed the part where I was talking about it. It's still in internal beta, but it's coming soon.
Yeah, I think that was a question from previously talking about the UI and the Nuclea DB in general.
So now we've got our Blazor app, and you can see this is just the usual counter, weather, and so on. All I've got is a simple text box and a submit button, but I can now ask my database, and I've got information in there about Blazor, Telerik UI for Blazor, and it comes back with my answer.
Nice.
So this is the basics, right? This is just the how-to getting started. You saw how easy it was. I just plugged into DI, ran an ask method, got an answer back.
Got a result.
Like, can't get any simpler than that.
Like for us as developers, having that kind of black box interaction with AI, we're so used to doing it with database interactions. I'm going to send a command to the database. I don't know what you're doing over there. I don't care what you're doing over there. Give me my data back. It's the same type of abstraction over top of that technology.
And this makes it so quick and easy to get started. REST APIs are wonderful. I love that it's accessible to lots of different languages, but the objects that come back from these type of requests are very complex. They have citations and all sorts of things that come back with them. There's streaming and all of that. To do raw HTTP requests, even with .NET being .NET and easy to use, we're coming from a big JSON response to a typed language, right? And that's a friction point. Yeah. So an SDK gets you through that friction point. So you don't have to worry about all of that. You've got all of the models for the Nuclea API in your app already, and you can just work with it. So I'm going to show you a more complex example now of multi-tenant work. So we've got multiple databases where they power different pages, and some of the pages have different types of demos on them with some really cool stuff. So I'm going to use a keyed service. So I've got multiple configurations and multiple Nuclea DBs, and I can't just say use Nuclea DB and pass it a config because I've got many of these now. So I'm going to run it as a keyed configuration. So I've got my regular DB, my charts database, and one that has the whole universe in it, the Nucleaverse, they like to call it here. And then we'll add those as keyed services. And now when I do DI, I can go in and ask for that specific instance of that database. So I could put all of them into DI and not worry about pulling the correct one out. Like that's taken care of with .NET's dependency injection. So now I'm going to go into this because I love this demo. This is the financial analysis demo. And you'll see in here that I am going to do my initializer, my constructor. Where is my constructor at? There it is. So in my constructor, I have from keyed service. And then I can say I want my charts database here resolved to a Nuclea DB. So now I have my Nuclea DB client from my charting configuration. And you're going to see that it's a little bit more complex code here because we're going to have an actual chat interface here that we can have like that GPT style, Copilot style interface, right?
Yeah.
Conversational UI. So I've got a Telerik chat UI that we're going to use with this. And it's also going to do something called structured outputs. So if you haven't worked with large language models before, they have a really cool feature called structured outputs. What that does, it takes that unstructured response and it gives it back to you in a format that has structure.
Sure.
Structured output. So in this instance, I'm going to call the ask async method. And in addition to the answer, I'm going to get back some charts. And I'll explain all that in just a second on how we get the charts. But if I look at this chart augmented answer that I'm highlighting here, this is a plain .NET class object. It's JSON serializable because, again, we're talking over HTTP requests.
Mm-hmm.
But I have an answer that comes back, and then I have a chart model that comes back. So I'm going to have a list of chart data models that come back. These are all .NET types that I'm putting into this chart augmented answer. So what happens here is I call ask async. It creates a JSON schema from my .NET type, and then it passes that as part of the request off to the backend. And then when I get my answer back, it's going to be in a JSON format that I asked for that is serializable to my .NET object. It will then deserialize for me.
Yeah.
And give me my object back so I can then pull specific pieces of
interact
data
with it, format it appropriately. Okay.
So now when I get my answer back, I have data.charts, and that charts is coming from this augmented chart answer. So I could say on my charts, if there are any, go ahead and at least take the top 3 of those and display them. And then I'm also going to display the answer as just plain text. So let's run this one. So we'll do, let's make sure I'm in the right folder again. So do .NET run. And this is going to look a lot better. This was actually taken by our team and written like a real application would look. So the design team touched it. It looks beautiful. And this project is actually available for people to try. You will need some NucleaDB keys and things, but you can set those up with that 14-day free trial, and I could give you a link to that in just a moment. So this is the application. I'm going to go into financial analysis, and this is the page that we just looked at the code for. The Nuclea database that we're talking to has financial PDFs. So these are just PDFs, nothing else. And these are publicly available, what do they call them? Financial
statements, reports.
The end of year financial reports for several big companies. So I could say compare NVIDIA and Google's revenue as a question. And you'll see that I get the normal text, and it says that, you know, NVIDIA's revenue was this many million, Google was whatever, comes from graphics. You can open the chart now, and there are some Telerik UI charts. So where did the chart data come from? This was a PDF in Nuclea. This is actually really cool stuff. So Nuclea is a agentic RAG database, or RAG infrastructure.
Service, yes.
So it's agentic. It has agents that are running as part of the RAG service. They do many things. This is just one use that I'm going to show, but they're also used in things like tracking the health and the accuracy of the system. So every time you ingest data, it's looking and validating how accurate that is to your data, and how accurate the responses are going to be coming out of the system. You'll see that with this answer relevance, context relevance, and groundness. They call this REMI for short. So this is an agent that's providing that data. I also have agents that I can control. And this is the wrong database. So I got to go back and get the correct database to show you. I have many of these. We'll do the financial one. So in this one, I have agents, and these are easy to make. By the way, we have some starters that you can start with. This one's a bar chart agent. And when the bar chart agent runs, every time you ingest data, the bar chart agent's going to look at that data. And the bar chart agent says, you are an intelligent AI agent specialized in extracting quantitative data and visualization metrics from unstructured or semi-structured text, such as reports. And then in here, you'll see I'm giving it the structured output that I would like it to store as metadata on this resource. So now if I go to my resource list and I pull up the Apple annual report, you'll see that I have a bar charts field, and there is some predefined JSON in it. So what I've done is I've taken a PDF that has no structure. It's not a database, right? And I've extracted chart-friendly data from what I found in it and then stored it in a metadata field. This is now searchable, and it's recoverable by the RAG system. I can not only just like take it and put it in a view like that, but I can also do comparisons and all sorts of fun stuff with this. So this is now part of my system. This is now actionable data.
Nice.
So if we go back to the view, you can see where it is getting some of those things from, but it's, we've got different reportable segments, and we can hover over it. This is all part of the UI that we provide as well with the Telerik and Kendo UI side of the business. So we have a really like peanut butter and jelly situation going on with our products right now, where we brought in this RAG system. It's a backend as a service. And then the other side of our business at Progress is about front ends and UIs. So now we have a way to display all of this intelligent data, and we have all these AI friendly or AI enablement components, such as like the conversational UIs. We also have AI enabled components that have smart features.
We saw things like Steve Sanderson demoed for us last year at .NET Conf with smart components that were able to interact intelligently with our data, with our websites.
Yeah, so you might see like this is a pretty popular one, and we're putting this in our next release. If I can get this to, well, some reason that one doesn't want to run, but we have smart paste coming in the next release. You can just take data off your clipboard and dump it into a form and fill out all the fields. This is a really cool one I showed Daniel Roth yesterday or Tuesday on his show. We have semantic search in our data grid now. So you can do that similarity search on your data through just a regular search bar here. We also have this really cool AI assisted feature. So instead of searching the data, I'm going to actually manipulate the state of this grid using just text or voice.
Okay.
So I can come in here, and I don't like the canned ones. I want to do one of my own here. So we have like a status field here. I could say show only the failed status. Hit that. Oh, look at that. It created a filter for me.
All right.
I didn't have to go in here and manually tick boxes and do whatever. It's a filter that says equal to failed. Boom. Put that filter on that column for me. I don't have to know where that filter exists. Like I just ask it stuff.
So, I mean, that you were asking it pretty much the status that it was already there. If you undo that filter that you applied, right? Like we can use actually some real real words that aren't actually the names of those statuses that you have on there. Like
we should be able to, yeah.
Right. We could say, show me things that are currently active. Because, right, we have completed, pending, and failed in there, right? So that's not a status.
Should be able to infer. It didn't like that one. So it may not be doing semantic comparisons on the actual values in that column. So yeah, I think it has to be something that's in there, but anything that is grid related. So what this has in its context is all of the state of the grid doesn't have the data. So we're not shipping your data anywhere. It's only the state of the grid. So if we wanted to, for example, hide the status, we just hit the column. We don't have to view it. And you could combine some of these things together. So imagine for a minute, you are somebody that does not have the ability to use mouse and keyboard. You're using alternative forms of input.
Sure.
All you have to do is trigger this voice button. You do that through through your puffer device, whatever it is.
Mhm,
Trigger that voice input, talk to it, say, I only want to see these columns, and I want to sort by the amount.
Instead of
And
click,
it's-
click, click, it interacts. Nice.
Absolutely. So a big accessibility feature, in my opinion. Really cool way to interact with that, and just like it just crushes the learning curve, and gives you more, less cognitive load when you're working with your user interfaces. So there's stuff like that, and we even have like a chat assistant way to interact with that as well. So if you wanted to have more of a traditional chat like we're doing with the Nuclea database stuff, we could do that as well. So you could like filter by North America. It's going to come in and talk back to you. All right, I filtered it for you. And you could also expand some of these things out, and you have the discrete components with this library. So you've got the chat interface, and it's already wired up to work with the grid. But using Microsoft Extensions AI, some clever prompts, you can connect these to other parts of the user interface as well. I did a demo for .NET Conf, since we're doing a recap. We should talk about that for a
I
sec.
was going to say,
I did a demo
let's talk about Extensions AI. Yeah.
where I took Microsoft Extensions AI and the vector embeddings that it has. You can do an in-memory vector embeddings using Microsoft Extensions AI, semantic kernel. Even though agent framework is the new thing, there's still tools in semantic kernel that are valid. There's an in-memory vector database, so you can combine those, and you can do you can tell your AI assistant, all right, the user can ask for features in your application, and what we're going to do with that data is we're going to take the feature name that the person asked for, run it through a very small in-memory vector search, and find pages that have those features, get back the route for that page, hand that off to a tool call, which has access to Blazor's routing APIs, and route to that page. So then you can go into your app and you can have a chatbot, and you say, what features does this app have? And it can list them out. And it's like, okay, take me to the RMA assistant. And just using your voice, it navigates the app to the RMA page and then starts assisting you with filling out an RMA.
Nice.
So it's really cool integration stuff that we can do with natural language, Microsoft Extensions AI, large language models hosted in the cloud, and like putting all those things together is a whole lot of fun.
Very cool. Now, let's dive into Microsoft Extensions AI. You mentioned Extensions AI. You mentioned a little bit of Agent Framework. Let's talk about some of the things that happened over there that came out here during .NET Conf. Okay.
I think we had the vectorization stuff that I was talking about is newer to the Extensions AI. Let's see if I may have a demo on hand that I can actually pull up and show a little bit of this stuff. So what's really cool about that is I used it in that example I just gave you, where we took it and we can vectorize some of our information and hold it in memory. So I've got a example up on my GitHub called the Telerik AI Showcase, and this is my playground. And some of the UI that we actually have in production now came out of things that I was just toying around with in here, which is fun for me. So I got to experiment with some things, build them, and then the product team took them and ran with them. But if we go into my menu data here, I can show this in code now. This is just a regular list of data, array of data in .NET, right? So we're adding some items here. And then I've got the plain old class object that represents that data here. So I have text, an icon, the URL, and you'll see that I've got this vector store key on it and vector data. So I'm vectorizing the one with the vector store data. I'm actually vectorizing And I'm taking the description in, and I'm going to take the description and embed it. So what I'm saying there is I want the semantic meaning of that description.
Yeah. So this plugs into what it comes back around to what Eudald was telling us earlier. We're not going to be searching on the text a bicycle. We're not going to be searching on the text lawnmower blade. We're actually going to be searching on the semantic meaning of a bicycle, a vehicle that has two wheels that is powered by a human.
Yep. And in this case, what we're doing is we're putting in menu data. So the descriptions are really short here. So it's like, this is the main dashboard. This is a page that has voice to input to input. This has text to voice. This has a basic chat interface. And the reason that you need something like the embedding and vectorization is I wanted somebody to be able to control this with their voice. And
that's exactly where it was going to go. Yeah.
Yeah. You might not say this exactly the way it's in the system. So I could have gave it routes, and I actually tried this. So this is how I know. I started off with just giving the AI routes. And I was like, you have a tool that you can call to navigate users. Here's the routes. And it was speech to text, text to speech, basic chat, stuff like that. And then I asked it, I was like, take me to the page that does voice to text. Well, it's speech to text, not voice to text.
Yeah.
And then it also hallucinated. So it would make up routes. It's like, oh, you want voice to text? There's a speech to text. We'll just make that voice to text instead of speech to text. I was like, oh, this is not what I wanted.
Yeah. But that description isn't just valuable for setting up things and vectorizing them. It's also valuable for putting in as a description to put on your menu for accessibility reasons, for SEO reasons.
Yeah. So I can just now leverage that with this data attribute here. And I'm going to say this is part of my vector stored data. And then I've got an in-memory collection for this one. So this is light enough, and we're talking like 5-10 items. I can just store that in memory. So put it in a vector store in memory using semantic kernel. And then there's a vector search here. So I'm gonna give the large language model the ability to search, and it runs it as a tool call. And again, we'll get into that with the Microsoft Extensions AI if you want to talk a little bit more. So we're gonna use that. And we're going to do a generate vector search async, and we get back the top result from that. So we can get back multiple results here, and they come back with a confidence score. So it'll come back with how close the comparison between your question and the answer was, and it's a score on the scale of like 0 to 1. And so we could say if you're only 50% sure, like 0.5, like everything under 0.5, don't worry about it. Just consider that, it didn't match. And then you can say, all right, everything above 0.5, that's the match we're looking for. In this case, I think I'm just throwing caution to the weeds. We're only navigating a user. We're not offering healthcare advice or anything like that. So any answer, the top answer that comes back, we'll go ahead and get that. And then once we get the answer back, we have the full item, but then we can just get the URL from it and pass that to the next step in the process. So on this application, I'll spin this guy up while I navigate through the code again. Do a .NET run here, and then we'll go open the main chat page. In the main chat page, hopefully you can see this. I don't have my Zoom It tool built in, but I've got one of the things I like about Blazor, and I think you'll agree, Jeff, is you can really organize the components, the code, and everything with folders and stuff. So I've got my chat interface that consists of many different pieces, and I also have a tools folder.
Yeah.
Under my tools folder, I've organized the AI tools that it can call. So I've got my navigation tool, I've got my voice settings tool, and what these two things do is they allow the app to navigate. Obviously, the navigation tool lets it navigate. It takes the navigation manager from Blazor and that vector menu data as a parameter, and it does the navigation by voice using that. And then it also has a voice setting tool. So it does text-to-speech using the Azure text-to-speech services that are there. And what this will do is there are many voices that are supplied by the Azure service.
Oh, yes.
And I can, with my voice, ask my AI to change its voice. And it has a get voices and set voices tool that it can call to make that happen. So these are the tools. If I go into chat.razor.cs, you can see when I uninitialize async, I've got my AI function factory, and I'm adding all the tools to Microsoft Extensions AI, so it can add those to its abilities to make those calls, along with a prompt.
So what you're doing is you're adding methods that we have inside of .NET as tools for that. We see this type of interaction also when we're in VS Code or Visual Studio, when we add MCPs into our Copilot install so we can talk to various other tools. You're doing it inside of an app. And I like this because you're providing real value, not just the text box hanging out there that says, what would you like to ask me about this?
Right. So I'm actually working on another course for Dome Train where we're going to go all into like tool calling and MCPs and what's the difference. And it's really good that you brought that up, because we hear a lot of these things. Like we see headlines, read articles, see tweets, but if you don't dive in, there's there's a little bit of ambiguousness to all of it. So
Definitely.
if we have a method or function that is available to us and we want to expose that to the AI, we can do this AI function factory create, and we can create a tool. So this is now a method inside .NET that is a tool for the AI to call. If we want to connect to an external system, say I want to connect to GitHub and let the AI pull issues from GitHub.
Yep.
I can pull the MCP for GitHub into my project, and I can do a tool call for that, or tool create for that. And I can add the MCP to this list of tools. So now that external system is something I can call through an MCP tool. And then there's a concept of plugins where these I probably could have made into plugins. So I could have said all the voice operations are a plugin. I could just have a voice plugin that gets plugged in. And then these have to do with navigating. I could have made a plugin for those. So there's plugins, there's tools, there's MCP. They all have a very similar end result, but the implementation of all of those things is different. So that's why they have different names. So we can add those. And then when we call get response async, we need to pass the chat options in, and that chat options is where it finds those tools and discovers them.
Gotcha. So you're telling the language model, hey, I have these other tools available, and it's getting information about when to call those tools.
Right. And then it also gets some of that information from on the method. You'll see I have this description field. So this is just your run-of-the-mill Microsoft data annotations that gets tacked on here. And this is actually really important, because this little description, you could think of it like a mini prompt, right? So when I call the method to create a tool out of this, this description actually gets added to that tooling. And this helps the AI identify like what the purpose of that tool is.
Gotcha. Okay.
Without it, all it's got to go by is the word get routes.
Yeah.
Which isn't always helpful. Like this could be, again, it could have a different semantic meaning. Like naming things is hard. Get routes for what? So this tells it, okay, get routes is a list of application features. So now I've connected the word features with the route. So when I, as a user, speak and I say, I want to see what features are available for the application, the AI goes, oh, features are routes. and it can make at least a connection
make that
between
connection.
those things.
And once again, these are things that are going to help even before you load them into AI, that are going to help with accessibility of your application. We're just repurposing them. And I don't know about you, Ed, but when I look at some of the things like writing a description for a field, for something that I want to be accessible, I get Copilot to write it, and it turns out to be pretty accurate to what I actually want it to do, you know?
It's funny because great minds think alike, and I was on the same page as you, but I was going to attack it from another position. I don't have comments on these because this was a pet project. I wasn't really thinking about like development. I do the same, like have AI generate the what are they called? The XML, the official like term
the
for
XML
that.
comments. Yes.
Yeah, the XML documentation style comments. You can say, all right, I wrote this method, which you probably helped me write AI. So put an XML comment in here to tell me what it does. And then if I'm going to expose that as a tool, I could also tell the assistant, like, hey, Copilot, take the XML summary and add a description using Microsoft data annotations that helps AI figure out what this does too. So you can just keep feeding into that that cycle there, that workflow. So the description is going to help the AI figure out what it is at runtime. Copilot has access to the XML descriptions and the data annotations description, so it doesn't need that help. But at runtime, the AI that you're using at runtime doesn't have access to the XML description. So you need to annotate it with this, and you can actually see this in the logging. I don't know if I have the logger enabled. I did give this a run a minute ago. It should be, no, I didn't.
But while you're looking that up, it comes back to what Eudald was telling us about the context window of these. When we're working with Copilot and it can see our code, it's able to read that entire file into the context window so that it's there when it decides what it's going to do with these various methods. It can actually see the comments and things, and that's really helpful for humans and then for Copilot's context window. But yeah, when it's running that attribute in description, we know we can get to it with reflection through C#, and now our tools are going to be past that information as well. So
I just did a .NET or an Aspire run.
Love the Aspire run.
Oh, you know what? I don't have Docker running. So we're going to have to let that wait one more time while Docker gets up and running. The reason I'm using Aspire here, we could talk about this while it churns. This isn't the speediest machine. The new one is on its way. Did Docker fire up? Docker's coming up. All right. The reason I'm using Aspire is because when I started writing this, I wanted to see how local large language models worked. And one of the easiest ways to get a local LLM on your machine is through Aspire. There's a really cool project out there called Llama Sharp.
Yep. And
with literally like 3 lines of code in Aspire, you can have the model running on your machine. There's no Docker compose. You're not out of your context, right? You're in C#. You paste in a couple lines of code, hit run, and wait for the model to download, and it's there. There's also a flag you can set through an extension method on that call. I'll show the actual source for that chain while we're talking here. So in program CS, let's see, I split this all out, so I gotta find. There's speech recognition. There's chat services. In the chain where you're adding. Oh, it's in the app host.
It's in the app host. Are you gonna?
In app host, where all of the orchestration is happening. You can see I've got the add model for embedding here. I've got Ollama in there as well. Not using it for the app because there were some limitations at the time. But in this chain where I'm adding these models in, I've got it commented out, but I can put in this with web UI, with open web UI.
Yep.
I could uncomment that and rerun. And inside of Aspire, this is really cool. Inside of Aspire, you'll get a web application. You just click on the URL for it, and it pops up, and it's a full application.
Can you
Like
can
that
you do me a
you-
favor and zoom that dashboard a little bit so we can read it?
Yes. So
Yeah, there
you'll
we go. Thank you.
get a URL,
Yeah.
and when you click on that URL, it's like a ChatGPT on your desktop.
I love how so many Aspire integrations have that type of administrative or user interface that you can add on to the integration. Like Postgres, I can turn on PG admin and I can have that web-based user interface clickable from my Aspire dashboard that lets me manage my Postgres database, right? Same thing with Redis. I can get Redis Insight and I can see what's in my Redis cache right from a tool that's accessible that I don't have to install. It's just another Docker container that gets spun up for me, and it's right there on the dashboard, connected, authenticated, all the 9 yards. It's an intelligent, great way to add things. Oh, I just noticed something. When you called your add OLAMA statement there, you did one more thing that I think is very cool that folks need to know about. Can we show that real quick? So not only are you saying builder add OLAMA, but I love line 9. Yeah, you called it right out there. You can turn on GPU support. Now it's going to make it faster because we're going to use your video card instead of your processor.
Yeah, so when you're setting this up, what you do is you do add OLAMA. You definitely want to do with GPU support. If you don't have a GPU on your system that's not an NVIDIA or AMD, I'm not talking Intel here, AMD or NVIDIA, if you don't have those, honestly, it's probably not worth bothering. It's going to be so slow. I mean, you could check it out, but it's going to be so painfully slow. You really need that GPU on there.
Yeah.
So you want to do the with GPU support. Then hold off on the with data volume at first. Try a couple models out. Figure out which one you want to keep. Then add the with data volume. So what with data volume is going to do, it's going to tell the system to save that model to the Docker container and persist it. So the next time you start your app, it comes on lightning fast. You don't have to wait for the model to download. The problem with doing this right away is if you're tinkering, you're like, I want to try all the models, then your hard drive is full. So don't do that.
There's a question here in chat from John. Will GPU support use the GPUs if you have 2 cards on your desktop? I don't know if it's 2, but it'll definitely use the GPU if you have it available. I don't know if it'll pick up on both.
2 cards is rare.
That's
a rare setup. Unless you've got an onboard, like a built into your motherboard style GPU, there's generally not 2 slots for a high powered dedicated GPU. So usually what this is there's going to be some graphics thing. It's usually an Intel whatever that can hardly run Doom. And sorry, Intel, not trying to throw shade. It's just history. Now they have GPUs now. Some are performant. They can do low end.
All right.
Yeah, they can do some low end gaming and stuff. The real heavy hitters are AMD and NVIDIA. Usually you'll have you'll have the old school Northbridge style integrated graphics. Kindle up to 1400p. Sure.
1440.
So you'll have those, but they're usually not dedicated GPUs.
No, they're not going to have the GPU, the video RAM, the number of processors that you do on a dedicated card. So
it finally finished. This isn't .NET by any means. This is just Aspire. But what I've got in Aspire now that I turned that flag on, the with web API or web host or whatever it was called there, the with wrong project, got too many open. The with open web API, just throwing that method on the chain has spun up another server. And that server is an OLAMA server, and I can chat with it. Is it doing code interpretation? Don't want that. So I can ask it questions, and it's going to work just like a local version of a Chat GPT or Copilot or Claude or whatever.
The first time you ask it a question, it's got to load the model into memory, and then it'll start coming back high speed.
And then it's doing all the inference locally too on my graphics card, which is now taxed with video streaming. So we're asking a tall order here. But this like full UI is like part of that one little method chain call, and then then you have that.
Now, Ollama is part of the community toolkit that we ship for Aspire. There's all kinds of things that you can find in there, and not just Ollama, but interactions with other languages, other databases, other UIs that you can add on to help out with SQL Server management. Or there's one that I really like in there that works with MailPit. So you can have a test mail server that turns into your own web-based email box that Aspire hosts for you. Really nice stuff.
The reason I'm actually using Aspire, like I said, at first I was to tinker, but one of the things that I found was embedding models can be pricey.
Yes.
And on developer like keys or licenses that you have, sometimes those get blown out very quickly. Like the GitHub models, for example, if you can test like one or two good test runs, and then you either need to start paying for it or that key gets shut off.
Yeah.
If you have a GPU, do the local embedding. Like I put the embedding model on my machine, and I find that the embedding part isn't nearly as taxing as the inference part.
Yeah.
And if you're doing local development, you can run the local model over and over and over again. You're not going to see like the performance crash or anything, and it's not costing you tokens. Like this is just happening on your machine. So I kept the embedding model. I don't really use the inference model because it's not powerful enough to do what I want it to do. But the embedding model doesn't need all of that horsepower. So I kept that just so I don't have to keep paying, to run my own demo.
Sure.
To demo things out. So it's a really great way to do your dev, is to use the on-machine Ollama. And then when you're ready to scale, get it up to Azure and use the hosted version.
Right. Now, Ollama is one way that you can interact and host and work with models locally on your machine. There is, I need to for my marketing team, I need to make sure that folks are aware that there is also Azure Foundry Local that you can use. And you can work with some of the other models that are available out there. It's easy to winget install. There's extensions to work with it on Aspire. So there are multiple ways to do this. Ollama is a very popular one that has many, many models available to you. And they both run very quick. They run locally. And as Ed's saying, your GPU is only going to help.
There's so many ways to solve a problem these days.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned the local local foundry?
Yep, Azure Foundry Local.
Yeah. Azure Foundry Local. That one, that's fairly recent, isn't it?
Yeah. So it was just released, I believe, in November, and we're adding models, and it's growing up and getting more capabilities. There's a package to add it into Aspire, just like you were showing with Ollama.
So that's another cool way. One of the less popular ways, I would say, but it's still another way, is you can load some models through ML.NET as well.
Yes.
So you can go into ML.NET, grab an Onyx-based model, and you can just like pull those. If you go to like Hugging Face, some of them have an Onyx tag on them, and any of those you can plug in with ML.NET and set that up for your whatever use it is, inferencing or I need to try, I don't know if they have an Onyx version of it. There's a really cool model that Microsoft put out called Vibe Voice. Have you seen this one?
I have not.
So it is a model that is made for like creating podcast type voices, and it's a open model, so you can host it locally. So you can give it a chunk of text and say create a podcast, and it will create different hosts and different voices and do inflection and make it sound like a podcast and give you a WAV file back.
Nice.
That's really neat stuff. So if you have like, you could do something like, all right, I'm going to call the GitHub MCP, pull in my issues, and create a 5-minute podcast that I can listen to on my ride to work.
Yes.
That fills me in on all the hot issues for the day that I need to talk about when I get there. So
Yep.
you can do wild stuff like that.
Our friend Thindal in chat is asking about the various models that are available, and has this question: are there any image or video generator extensions that I can use? Now, I think where we're going with this is there are models that are capable of generating images that you can run locally. Video takes a lot of horsepower, but you can do some image generation locally. However, you don't have the same horsepower as folks like ChatGPT, Copilot, Gemini, and you might not get as high quality because you're running a smaller, significantly smaller model locally. So you can do that, but don't expect to render a 3D caricature of yourself as a Funko Pop locally using an Olama or Foundry local model.
That's one of the things
quite get there.
I've found with the local models is that, they are pared down so you can run them locally. If they didn't, it would just take forever for your puny machine. Even if you just bought it today, it's still a puny machine in comparison to what's in the cloud.
Yeah. But you want to generate an icon to use inside your application for a weird arrow icon? Sure, you can do that. Absolutely. That will work. It's going to take a little bit of time, but it will work. If you ask Copilot or Gemini or ChatGPT to do it, it's going to do it a little bit faster.
You might get some extra hands out of the local model. No, but for text and stuff, you can do some some minor inferencing and things. But what I always found was there was trade-offs, and I need to do an update on this to make sure it's still true. But usually what you find with the local models is there is some sort of trade-off between streaming text, function calling, and structured outputs. What you'll usually end up with is you lose one. Like you can turn on streaming text, but then function calling doesn't work. You turn streaming text on, function calling goes away, or it has, you turn on streaming text and the structured outputs don't happen. Like it just doesn't do certain things. And then some of the models, like you said, they're smaller and they have less parameters. The context windows are smaller, things like that. And you might ask it, okay, it doesn't do structured outputs, but at least give me the output in JSON. And it doesn't really know what JSON is. Even if you give it a schema, it's like, I'll do some commentary on what you just put in. It's like, this looks like a JSON schema format. It's like, no, I'm not asking you to tell me what this is. Like, I want the output to look like this. And it just doesn't make the connections. It doesn't have enough parameters to draw those conclusions.
Right, and that comes back to the horsepower again. You just don't have enough to load it all into memory and have all the processors to run and drive all that.
So this demo, it has voice. Every time I try to do it on stream, either users can't hear it or get an echo. But you can talk to it and it will talk back. So you're not going to hear it talk back. But if I press the speech to text button, which this is a Telert component now. We have the speech to text button. Speech to text actually is both a feature of the browser and something you can do in the cloud. So if you want speech to text, you can just put the button on your page. Behind the scenes, what we do is we connect to the browser API for speech to text. The browser API for speech to text is really damn good, not gonna lie.
It's scary good.
Okay. The trade-off, though, is that you have to generally set the locale for it. So if I have this in my browser and I press the button and I speak English to it, it will do fine. If I give it to someone that is speaking Spanish and it's still set to English, it is not going to work.
Try leaving it in English and give it to somebody who's Scottish. And their accent just it does not work, right? We need to tune that locale. or even right, give it to a Cajun in the New Orleans, Louisiana area here of the States. No, that accent gets lost in the shuffle. So something to be said there.
What else you could do is you can say, all right, I don't want to use the browser speech-to-text API. I'm going to use the speech-to-text button because it gives me the UI like keys for like, it's a microphone when it's record or when it's still. It has a different state when it's recording. This might be an old version. It has different icons that will toggle when it's recording, and so on and so forth. So I want to have those button states, but I want to attach this to another an AI service. So there is an event that's triggered when you press the button, and that will then let you record a WAV file, and you can manually connect that to the AI service that you want to send that to do the speech to text portion of it. So you could do that as well. And what that gives you that the browser doesn't is those cloud-based speech-to-text models are multilingual. And when I mean multilingual, they could be in the same WAV file. Like you could start in one language, finish in another. It will still figure it out.
My daughters have gotten me listening to K-pop. I've been influenced by K-pop demon hunters, Ed, and when I listen to that to the songs that the band sings in that movie, I know that there's Korean words there in the first couple sentences. Same thing with other K-pop stars, and I have no idea what they're saying. But the multilingual model, even though they sing a verse or two in English, switch to Korean and come back, it understands all of it.
Yeah. We were having a fun conversation. This is total sidebar again, but me and my daughter were talking last night. We were watching this show. I won't name it, but it was like one of those Murder of the Week shows. And they were alluding to like this tech billionaire having an AI, like a custom one that they made, and they were murdered, and they were like talking to the AI, but the AI voice was like super robotic. And I had turned to my daughter, and I was like, dude is a billionaire. I couldn't afford the $22 a month for the 11 Labs voice cloning. And she started laughing. I was
Ed,
like,
you know, I have an AI on my Twitch channel named Charlie, and gosh, he sounds great.
did you do the Azure voice clone for it?
No, I'm not a billionaire.
So $22 a month, the 11 Labs does voice cloning. I know Azure does it too. I haven't dove into like the pricing model and stuff like that, but the big thing with those services is like you have to authenticate yourself with like a real ID and stuff. They don't want people, obviously doing bad things with it. So anyhow, I thought it was funny, like the show didn't do the research. It was like, all right, we're going to have this corny, robotic voice. So you could also do voice, text to voice in the cloud as well. But this example does speech to text, and we can come in here and we can say, what features does this application have? I'm going to stop it from talking to me. Yeah, stop.
But this isn't an operating system thing. It's not something specific that you need on your phone, something specific you need on your laptop. It's something that's built into the browser, or that's wiring up, like you're saying, to a cloud service that's going to provide those features for you.
Right. And you saw through the Microsoft extensions and the tool calling and whatnot, how I got the this to understand what features are in the application. So it says the application offers several features, including voice commands. And the idea behind this app was to showcase different things that we could do to build the application itself. So it's very like meta. It's teaching you the components of the system that you're actually using. So I could come back in here and say, show me the speech to text feature. give me a long description here. I should just type it because you can't hear. All right. So it's, I could say, take me to the speech text. Every time I talk to it, it wants to talk back, and you guys can't hear it, so it doesn't make for a good demo. So I typed it in. I said, take me to the speech to text feature, and without clicking on any menu items, it took me to the speech to text page, where it shows how the speech to text button works and explains how the browser API is in there. It also has a voice output page, which talks about like how you do text to speech with Azure speech to text. It's all wired up on the back end. And then I have all of the voices in here, so I can test those out. The voice that it defaults to, I think, is Ash or Alloy or something like that.
Okay.
So I can come back to my main page and I can say, what voice voices do you have? And that's going to go out and query Azure, and it's going to come back and say, all right, here's the available voices. And then I could say set.
And that was using the tool that you were pointing to earlier in the setup.
Right.
Our chat options. Okay.
So you can see here, this is all Blazor app, by the way. So I have my Blazor UI here, and I've got all of these choices here of those exact options that are available. I can say set your voice to Onyx. And notice when I typed into the prompt, it set the voice here.
Yeah.
I didn't physically click that. I typed it into the chat. So it's got a tool call that says, I can set a voice. And the way that we don't inadvertently set the voice to something that doesn't exist is we give it the ability to get a list of voices and tell it like it has to be one of those. So if I said set your voice to Jeff, it should tell me that I don't have a Jeff voice. There we go. It came back. Seems that the voice Jeff is not available. Choose these instead.
I'm unique like that.
So building these systems is fun because there's a lot of different moving pieces that the user can put into play that you might not think of off the top of your head. That's why you see like these chat suggestions as part of the common UX. Validation needs to be part of your process when you're giving ability to do tool calls. I've got one in here that's really good. I could say, take me or go to, like I said, you don't have to use strict terminology here. You can say go to, take me, show me, the RMA assistant. And it just navigated me to an RMA demo. This demo brings together multiple pieces of UI. It has the Telerik form. It has the Telerik chat. It's using the iChat client from Microsoft Extensions AI. Several tools that it can call. And what this one has been prompted to do is I'm giving it the schema of the form. We'll show the code in a minute, but I've taken the schema from this form, sent it to the context of the model and said, you're an assistant that's helping someone fill this form out. Take them through the form field by field. Don't reveal that you're filling out a form, because if you don't say that, it says like, here's a form and all of its fields and gives you like this big data dump. So you say you're helpful and you want to give the user these one by one, and then when they give you an answer, you have a tool to call that can place the results in each field.
Nice.
So I can come in. We have a speech to text button built into the chat interface I could use, or I could type by hand, and I could just put in my RMA number, just put some random numbers in, and there it showed up in the UI. And it's going to walk me through this. It says, next, could you provide a customer name? Sure. It sees my name. And there we go. The name is in there. This is an interesting one now. Provide an email address. All right, I'm going to put some numbers and then Main Street. You and I know that is not an email address. That is a
No.
mailing address.
Yeah.
Let's see what it does. Oh, look, it figured out what field it went to. All right. So it went to the mailing address, filled that in,
Okay.
and then it went back to the email address. Some of this is prompting, some of this is tool calling. So when I was going through this experiment, what I found out was if you gave it invalid data and you had a tool that could set the entire form at one time,
Mm-hmm.
which is the first iteration of this, I was like, all right, I'm just going to give it the full form and say, like, have at it, like fill in the blanks. What it would do is if you gave it invalid data or was confused, it would delete all the data, start over.
Ow.
So you would get all the way to the end and it's like, what's your reason for return? And you give it some reason that it doesn't think is a valid reason. And it's like, you know what? I'm going to delete all the data on the form.
So having it do that addition is important. Now, Findell's asking a good question here. What if have you got it trained where if you were to enter data from two field that's intended for two fields, does it know how to parse that apart and place that appropriately?
So let's do this first. Let's try to fill the form out. Let's do something fun. Whoa, I fat fingered something. There we go. Let's do a fake email address. We'll try to do this as fast as we can because it's not fun to watch. It's going to ask the order number. We'll just put in numbers again. Product name. I've got a Breville that I like to use. That's my espresso machine. It's a model X850 or something like that. Doesn't matter. Just need to get this filled in. We'll put in a serial number. And reason for return is fire. Let's be dramatic. Ooh. Why not? Purchase date. This is an interesting one that I don't know what the results will be. Let's say 4 months ago and see what it invents for time.
Not bad.
Not bad.
October 6, 2025. Not bad.
I would like to know where it got that date.
Well,
oh wait, I bet I have it in the. I think I do add it in the initial context because of that reason. So that's a little prompt engineering tip. Is when I create the prompt for, or have the first session with this LLM, I'm giving it the date in case the user does something like that. Because otherwise it'll try to use it like its training date.
Oh, you're giving it the current date.
If I didn't have the current date in here somewhere in context, it would invent a date. If I said 4 months, or it might throw not an error, but it'll give you a response like a date isn't something that's part of my capabilities, yada yada yada, right? Or it'll hallucinate. So in your prompt, like one of the first things is like today's date is this prompt or this date. And then you can also give it a tool to call to get the date. So, because what can happen is you might go back to a conversation later, or you might, it might be time sensitive, right? Might be time sensitive. Like say this isn't a form, but it's a longer conversation that's taking an hour. And there's something time related in there you need to reference. Well, it's going to have the original one that you put in the context an hour ago and no way to get a new date and time. So that was a trick. So I said 4 months ago, got it, nailed it perfect because it's in the prompt.
You gave it the state.
Condition of item, and I could type in the form, by the way. I can put stuff directly in the form. This is new, but it caught fire. I can also click one of these, replace, repair, refund. But I could also say, I want a repair. And it should go in and select one of those drop-down items. Didn't like it for some reason. It says it's complete too, which it can't submit the form because it's not valid. Let's try that one more time and see if it takes it. All right, it doesn't want to do that one. We do have repair in here. I don't know why it won't grab it. All right, so we have this. We can submit that if we want to, get a notification. I could tell it to submit as well. And it has a tool call that it can submit. So it did that. Any other questions? Sure. Can you create an email from this data? Let's see if it'll spit that out. Usually this works. Again, these things are non-deterministic. So, all right, cool. So now I've got an email, and I'm going to take this information and I'm going to copy it. So this should be on my clipboard now. I'm going to restart the form. And then Thindle's question was, what if I give it more than one field? I'm just going to paste that email back in and just let it rip.
Nice.
And there we go. It got most of them. It didn't have the email name, customer name, email, and address. So it did get all of them, get all the ones it had. Except for the drop down. I don't know why the drop down is being sketchy today, but it does normally work. But that's why these live demos are so much fun.
Yep. So we've seen a lot here, and you've gone through. We've started at the RAG tool. We went through. We saw a little bit of Microsoft Extensions AI. You've even dialed in now a little bit. I love that you covered some of those new AI tools in the browser, like the text to speech that's available in there, or speech to text, both ways. The transcription is in there as well. Really good stuff that we're seeing here.
And then I finally got this to run while we were chatting earlier. The smart paste feature of the Telerik UI is coming. And this is going to be a smart paste button that will take the data from your clipboard and drop it into a form similar to the way that we just did in the previous demo. So if you just want the smart paste functionality into a form, that's going to be a component you can just drop in to your application. And then the Telerik components, we leverage the iChat client service. So for most of the stuff that we have, there's you register an additional Telerik package, and then you also bring in your iChat client. Once it has those two things, it's good to go. So it lights up all of the smart features for a bunch of different components. Some of them automatically, so you don't even have to like turn on any special flags or anything. It just, if you don't specify an implementation and it sees that iChat client is in your DI, it'll just use that one. And then if you want your own implementation, you just specify that and you can toggle off to it.
Okay. Let me go to, so I want to make sure that I cover the AI stack, the model that is being used to do this type of smart paste that you were doing in your demo. You were using a local OLlama model to do that.
No, I'm using the cloud for the all the inferencing. Yeah, so with the inferencing stuff, like I said, when you use local models, you tend to lose pieces of the equation. And for that one especially, so if we dig into source code here under assistance. Oh,
look at that prompt.
Yeah, there are tool calls in here that we need to rely on. So it has the ability to update the form. It has a clear form function. If it doesn't have the clear form function, it will try to use the update form. And like I said, bad things happen. It likes to delete data. If you give it a dedicated clear form tool and tell it only to use that tool, that tool to clear an individual field at a time, then it behaves much more reliably.
Yeah.
Without that, it just goes ham, and it's like, you know what, you made a mistake. We're starting from scratch, and it deletes it all out.
Yeah.
So it has three tools: update, clear, submit. And it uses, let's see, I don't remember if I'm using the structured outputs from this one or on this one or not. I do use structured outputs on other stuff in here, but you have the tendency to lose the ability to do JSON responses and things when you use the local models.
Gotcha.
So I'm doing get response async. There's no of T, so it's not doing JSON. It's doing the JSON serialization and deserialization manually.
Okay. And in chat here on YouTube, Chuck says that AI can be a real game changer for accessibility. I think we're already seeing a little bit of that here in Ed's demo. Chuck, I think there's absolutely additional places that we can take that and do more with it.
I think the voice stuff is really a big one. The speech to text and the text to speech, I think, enables people, again, like we take things for granted.
Oh, definitely.
And having the ability to read is also a barrier for folks.
Yes.
So having something that can talk reduces yet another barrier.
Or
and then
folks might not be able to see a screen very well, right?
Or, for example, yeah, I mean, you may not be able to see at all to read the screen, or the text that's on the screen is not in the language that you speak. You may be more fluent hearing something than reading it.
Yes.
Or vice versa. There's that. I was joking with my daughter when we were watching that show the other night. I mentioned earlier, it would be really interesting to clone your voice. And because one of the voice cloning features is it will translate your voice into other languages in your voice.
I've seen this. Yes.
So what if you used your voice to teach you how to speak another language? Because that might break down a barrier that was stopping you from learning that other language, is because you can't figure out how to phonetically make those pronounce words and understand them. But if you were teaching you, then you would know how it's supposed to sound. So that we were both like, that's a really cool idea, but it also poses the question, like, why should I learn it if I already can speak it through the computer? But maybe you're going to go travel and you want to go speak,
be able to speak a little bit more fluently.
Yeah, that would be a really cool idea, like to teach yourself in your own language how to speak another language, because I think that would maybe like break down that cognitive barrier.
For sure.
Because learning languages is hard at our age, my friend. I don't know if you've tried, but
I've tried a little bit. So, but I do want to start wrapping things up here. Phoenix Customer Insights comments that SQL Server 2025 now has vector capabilities built into it. So some of the vectorization that you were doing to create embeddings, you can now get right out of the database.
And you don't get a RAG graph. You don't get the graph. You don't get entity recognition, but you do get the vector search. And the vector search can be used for a lot of things. It doesn't have to be a RAG system. Like you could use vector search to just search and find things.
As a simple database, as a simple search engine, that's a big help.
It adds another layer of search to the keyword search, right? You can,
for sure,
again, you can surface things like the milk and hot peppers example that I gave earlier. Like you could say dairy and get all the dairy stuff. And you can say, what's the opposite of milk? Search on that. You do it through SQL. That's really powerful.
Yeah. Very cool, Ed. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you joining, sharing a little bit, and ramping up our discussion about RAG tooling from Eudald, and then getting into a little bit of what we can do now with .NET, bringing those technologies together. This is great stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me on. If you want to find any of this stuff, go to progress.com, telerik.com, or find me and just ask me where to point you in the right direction. I'll get you connected.
Fantastic. All right. We'll catch you later, Ed. Thank you so much. And there we go. Wow. All right. So we talked a little bit about all the AI stuff that you can do. We showed you some of the new stuff that's available out there, some products that you can add in to build your stack of capabilities, technologies. And we even got a little bit of learning in there about how these pieces fit together from our friend Eudald. I really, really appreciate that type of insight being brought to level us up so that maybe we're not up to speed with some of the tools and terms out there. I think we got a good intro, a good recap of some of the things that you can do and pointing us in the right direction. I want to make sure that I call out a couple things here as we get back into our next set of demos. Let me head over and show you, of course, all the things from .NET Conf, the videos, the original content that shows and talks about some of the great stuff out here, showing some of the AI features that Ed recapped and covered at a higher level. You can dive deep on them in the .NET Conf 2025 playlist. It's out here on GitHub. Let me grab that URL for you, and I will share it into chat for everybody to be able to get to. There it is on YouTube. And let me grab the Twitch channel, and we'll paste it into Twitch so that everybody can get to the content and learn more about that. And of course, you know where the .NET Conf website is. Now, there is a raffle going on. I want to make sure that I touch on that as well. Our friends who have helped put together today's event, our friends from Growth Acceleration Partners and Progress Telerik, they have a raffle available for you that you can get into. You could win one of 10 $250 Amazon gift cards. There's the URL going into chat for both of you for both services we're streaming to on YouTube, on Twitch. You can learn more about that, share a little bit of information, and you can see and possibly win one of those gift cards as part of today's raffle. All right, moving on. So we've covered a little bit about the C# improvements. We talked about some of the AI features and tools and things that you can do in your applications. Let's come back around now and let's talk a little bit about ASP.NET Core and what's going on with ASP.NET Core and what you can do with that in your application. So let me close down all my demos that I have up here, and we're going to get into some ASP.NET Core 10 demos and the cool stuff that has been added as part of that update that we saw. So ASP.NET Core, of course, this is the 10th version. So many things that we've seen grow and change and enhance as part of our web frameworks that are available. So I have a README in here that we've put together that talks about all the various features that are in here. I'm just going to jump right in and start up the that demo. And we'll take a look at the various capabilities and some source code that shows you these new features that you can bring into your web applications to make them faster, make them more user-friendly, to make them something that you're going to be able to integrate more easily with other things. Do I have another? I have another application already running on this socket. Darn it. Close all the things here. Kill the terminals. I've already got it running somewhere else. Yep, there it was. That one. No matter. We'll just clobber it and go one more time here. It's all about the live content. Build succeeded. Go ahead. Launch settings. No, I'm running somewhere else still. Yeah. What did you do to me here, Fritz? Nope, it's not over there. I'm just going to have to kill. It's somewhere in the background. I don't know where. Right? This is the best part of demos like this is, all right, now I got to go find where it is and go kill it. Stand by. Give me 1 second, and then we'll dive back into this. There it is, right there. I found you. Come on. Did I get it? I might have gotten it. Right? Oh, nope, there it is. Yeah. Let's do this. I'm going to close Visual Studio Code and restart it because I think it's in the background inside of VS Code. And then we'll get there. Is this the one where I want you to be a robot? No! No! Hang on. Let's get restarted and we'll get this demo going. This is all live. That's how you can tell this is live, is because we're going through and getting stuff working again. So, I'll drop into my second demo and we will .NET Watch. And this should give it to us. You know. There we go. All right. Handful of new features that were added to ASP.NET Core 10 that we're going to talk through, and I've got laid out in this nice set of clear and easy examples that we can click into. QuickGrid now has the ability for you to specify row classes using a derivative. This is a Blazor component that's available that, of course, you can use in ASP.NET Core. You can include those Razor components. So you can specify a row class with a function here, or just as a static variable, and you can pass that along. So in this case, for a movie that's passed in a movie object, we're going to take a look and see if that movie is archived. And if it is, we'll add the row archived style to it. And you can see The Godfather's archived. Pulp Fiction's archived? Oh, you make me sad. Pulp Fiction was my first date with my wife, man. And then Forrest Gump down there. Those three are archived, so they get a slightly different background to it because they have that state and they fell through and got that class applied. So that's kind of a cool way for you to be able to manipulate and do more things with the project there. 1 second. All right. Let me continue. We also have this declarative persistent state in Blazor. So when you have state that you want to persist between the various events inside of Blazor, there's capabilities here for us to now no longer, we don't need an application state object to host that. Instead, we can persist it and it will manage and carry that information around. So instead of double fetching during pre-rendering, we can just tell it, well, remember that state, and it won't fetch it a second time. So there was one on-initialized call, and when we're in interactive mode, there'll be two calls when it gets restored. So I'll just click that a bunch of times, and when I refresh, it called twice. So it initialized, saw there was a state, and then reinitialized. So it had to restore that. So if you had fetched some data from the database and put it in that variable up front, it would have remembered it when it went to do pre-render and not fetched it again. Very handy to be able to do that. All right. So it prevents extra database calls, prevents extra interactions that you don't need. So I like that. Is there a size limit? Well, I mean, there's always a size limit with things you're going to store in memory. So there isn't a direct size limit that's placed on that. But you're going to be okay with just working within your typical size of things that you're painting on page, right? You're not going to store like a 2 gig thing in memory that you're going to repaint on screen. So there's been some improvements to validation. So we now support validating nested objects. Check this out. So here's an order form that has child objects in the form, right? We've got a name, an email address, and then we've got a shipping address. Now the shipping address is a child object. So are order items, right? Each line item in our order is a separate object. And we're going to want to validate information about those child objects and the child objects in this collection. So we can add a validatable type to the root model class, and everything that's underneath of it is now validatable. So in our setup, we add this add validation configuration, and then those nested objects automatically are validatable on the form. So if we submit order here, you see I get messages, full name required, email required, street is required, city required, product name field required. It validated the hierarchy of my objects. If we come back over here and I open this up, we can take a look at the models, and you can see my order is a validatable type. It has a customer. There's my customer information and my list of order items. So address is another piece of the customer, and it validated down through that. And my order items, it validated all of those things. So a nice way that you don't have to go and create this denormalized model that has all the things in it. Man, this is so much easier for us to work with and get all of that validation happening for me. Phoenix Customer Insights with a question here. Where's that data stored before it's processed? Well, this isn't used in vector. This isn't used in vector storage. There's no vector storage going on with this. This is being stored in memory as the interaction occurs, and then pushing back to the web user interface because we're using an interactive Blazor render mode. So, all right, continuing here with the set of demos that I have. There's now an input hidden component. So if you want to work with and have Blazor render and manage hidden inputs, you now have that capability. There is an input hidden object that's available to you that you can bind to and work with, and it will properly pass the data back and forth, validate that it hasn't been modified, and do that quick interaction with your forms. Yes, the high level, the parent level object. McNeck's asking the main object, you have to mark that as validatable. Yes. So the top level object in your hierarchy, you mark as validatable type, and everything inside of it, all of the child objects, are then going to be validated for you. That's right. So we talked about the hidden input item. Server send events. So we've had server send events as a thing that you could do with SignalR for a while. 1 second. There we go. And this is something, though, that you can do by returning a typed result. So if we take a look at this, in .NET 9 and earlier, if you wanted to return server send events from an API, you would have to set up some sort of content type and define your cache control, right? We don't want server send events to be cached by the folks that are browsing to our website. And then we want to check to make sure, well, you didn't cancel the request yet. If you haven't, then go get some data, and we're going to do this loop. Write some data out, flush it to the pipeline, and then delay, wait a second, and we're going to go do this again. Now, with the server send events interactions, I can map that same API endpoint. I'm going to return a typed result server sent event. In this case, I'm going to generate data, passing in a cancellation token, right? We use cancellation tokens to identify when a process has been stopped. Pass in the cancellation token, and while it's not been canceled, yield return get data, right? So yield return says, pass this back to the calling method without exiting the loop, and then wait, delay. So we're going to return that data coming back, but continue the loop. We're yield returning. So we can have a heart rate monitor here that when we start this, it's going to go get the heart rate and return that. So it's connected out to the stream, and I'm getting heart rate information that it's going to post here. Now, these are just random numbers that we're generating and passing through here. But it's an interesting way for us to see that it's generating events, passing them back, and painting them on screen. So if you were using this with something where you wanted to show live interactions, live updates, and you just wanted to pass that back, and you didn't need a full SignalR type of interaction, you're just publishing events, publishing data for various browsers, various clients to be able to receive and interact with. You don't need the full two-way connection of SignalR. You can do this, and you're able to interact and present and work with that data easily. And I can press stop to cancel that, and it disconnects, and we're off and running again. So really nice way for us to use server sent event technology to work with that. Now, the last one, I didn't quite get Passkey authentication set up the way that I wanted to, but there are libraries and capabilities that you can use now to set up your identity interactions in ASP.NET Core to use passkeys. There's demos, there's other documentation that shows you how to do this. My demo here doesn't quite work completely the way that I want it to, but there are demos out here in the collection of videos that will show you exactly how those passkey interactions work. Finally, I want to make sure that you know we now have support for OpenAPI 3.1 including support for YAML output format. So I have an API here for the weather API as part of this, that now we can connect in because we requested v1.yaml. We get the version 1 in YAML format. I believe if I request this as v1.json, I get JSON format, and I have pretty print JSON turned on in my browser, so I get JSON format over here. So you have that flexibility for OpenAPI to give you API specification formats in YAML and JSON. So really nice set of improvements that are there. There's other things that were improved in ASP.NET, in Blazor. Go check out the videos. You can dive a little bit further into those demos and see some of those other things. Diagnostic tooling that's out there, the ability to build MCP servers, building agents, all kinds of great stuff that's happening out there with improvements in ASP.NET Core and Blazor. All right. One more set of demos that I want to get into, and then we'll move along and head over to our next guest in just a little bit. .NET Aspire is updated, and it's not just .NET Aspire. It's now just Aspire, right? So what you're going to see is Aspire is branching out beyond just .NET. We're still going to get great new features built, delivered, and integrations capable for working with Aspire, but we're now going to start to see more support for other programming languages and stacks. Think about it. You might be building an ASP.NET Core API and server-side capabilities that are running out there, and you want to put a nice React front end on it. Maybe you want to use Vue with it. You can do that and build and deploy and work with that React front end as a separate application from your ASP.NET Core APIs and run and manage them all from within Aspire. Same thing with Python. You want to run some data analysis APIs, some data scientist types of interactions. You want to build and write those in Python and then interact with those from an ASP.NET Core user interface. Maybe you want to work with it from that React user interface. You can set those all up, orchestrate, and deliver them using Aspire. And you're going to see more and more stacks that are getting compatibility with Aspire, getting first-class interactions that you can use to grow and work with your entire system that you're building and delivering. So whether front ends, databases, API services, you can add these in really easily using your favorite stack: C#, JavaScript, Java support, Python, TypeScript, Go. There's even more, and you can see there's 144 integrations. There's a community toolkit that's available out here for you. If we go to GitHub.com, community toolkit, Aspire, and you can find all the great integrations that we have available for you. Ed was talking about Ollama. There's Ollama right there. There's Java, Go. There's Rust right there, Bun. There's extensions for Python. Python comes in the box, though. A bunch of other databases that you can use and interact with, all right? So Aspire is growing up and getting lots of new features here. Let's just drop right to the command line, and we can use the Aspire command line to build and do some cool things with those other programming languages. Let me just move this up here. I'm going to drop over to my D folder here, and let's call this dotnetconf wrap, and I'll go into that folder. Cool. Now we have the Aspire command line available for us. You can install this Aspire command line interface from, it's available on Winget. It's available, there's a PowerShell script that'll download it right from aspire.dev. And once you have it installed, there is an update command in here that will update integrations in the Aspire project, and you can use it to update Aspire itself. But there is an Aspire new command here that you can run that will allow you to generate a starter app now in multiple languages, right? So let's create a Python starter app here. So I'm going to say Aspire new. I'll specify the Aspire Pi starter, and I'm going to name this my Aspire Python. And yeah, that's fine. Go ahead, create that. Do I want to use Redis cache? Sure, go ahead and put that out there. It's going to go get some templates, build this out for us, and now we have a project that is built in Python. Let's go open VS Code and take a look at this one. So now we have an app host CS that's sitting here, and it's using the new .NET 10 single file project to be able to define and host all of our app host configuration needs for launching and running Aspire, but with Python. Look at this. So we're setting up an SDK. We don't have to have the app host NuGet package installed. We can just point to the Aspire SDK. We're already updated to 13.1. Oh yeah, since .NET Conf, the Aspire folks went and released another version on us. We're going to integrate hosting JavaScript. We're going to integrate hosting some Python, and we're going to integrate Redis. So we'll add our Redis cache. We're going to add a Uvicorn app that points to, right, a Python application. We're going to add a Vite app here that is a front-end application. And then we're going to be able to publish as a container to the static location here. So check this out. This is the only .NET that's in this is that app host. And if I just say Aspire run, it's going to go and start up all those things and host it here for us. And we'll see in just a second. Here it comes, starting the dashboard. I'll click into my dashboard, and now I've got Aspire running some other things that aren't .NET, right? This is getting us outside the box. We're getting to play in other places here so that we can work with Python. We can work with JavaScript natively with our tools, because we know that your tools, your integrations, the things that you're working with, they're across a multitude of technologies, and you want to be able to support and run all of them in one place. You can do that now on the Aspire dashboard. So let's go open up that front end, and I have my Aspire starter app that's connecting from that Vite app over into the Python application. And I get traces that show me it did those connections back and forth between the applications. This is open telemetry. It's working with standard connections, working with standard libraries, standard capabilities, requesting and interacting across those. And here it is, publishing and saving data into our Redis database. I've got structured logging coming out of it that's being reported here. And I can even see the combined console across all the resources that it started up for us. All right. So Aspire is growing up. It's getting more capabilities. It's not moving away from .NET, but it's .NET and more. And you're going to continue to see more that it grows and adds and enhances the various technologies that you as a .NET developer can interact with inside of your applications, or that folks who are Python developers, JavaScript developers, Java developers, they can start to interact more easily with .NET applications as well. And of course, our graph up here is going to show us how all the things stitched together and work with appropriate icons to show you, here's the Python application, here's the JavaScript application, and so on and so forth. It's really great. I want to make sure that you check out, you follow along, and you learn more about the Aspire features as they grow, as we get new capabilities loaded in there. Head over to aspire.dev, and you can find the articles about what's new. You can find stuff about 13.1. There's now MCPs that are available for you so that you can click and add debugging and insight capabilities into your editor about exactly what's happening inside the dashboard. Be able to inspect, learn more about your application systems, because that MCP has full access to the dashboard and everything the dashboard is connected to. So Copilot or whatever other AI tool you might be using can connect to that MCP and inspect and work with the tools that you're using with Aspire. That's really great to help you with debugging, logging, inspecting metrics, and seeing what's going on out there, and learning more about how your application is working, and making you a better developer, delivering a better quality product. So, of course, the Aspire folks, they're out here. There's the integrations gallery I clicked into and showed you a couple of the ones that are out here. There's documentation. There's information about the dashboard. There is a Discord server. Check it out right there. I want to make sure that you know you can click into that Discord server. The team hangs out there. They answer questions. They help out folks that want to get successful with their applications using Aspire. Head on over, join that Discord server, and you'll be able to work with those folks. How, if I'm talking about your applications, the correct word is if. Huh? Give me a little bit more context, friend. What do you mean? What's going on there? So check out the Aspire stuff. I don't want to go too far on some of the Aspire sessions here, because there's a lot of stuff that's happened with Aspire since. And I want you to know that you can go in to the video list here and get caught up. I'm trying to find, where'd they go? Here we go. Aspire Unplugged with David and Maddie. And you could see them talking about some of the future that's coming with Aspire. That's right. Hey, take a GitHub, take a look at my dashboard, see how my application is running, and tell me more about it. Give me some assessment. Where can we improve things? Where are there error messages that we might want to do more with? Make sure you check out this session from David Fowler and Damian Edwards, where they talk about extending and customizing Aspire, where they show some of the integrations, some of the ways that you can build your own integrations or build custom interactions inside of the Aspire dashboard that will deliver some value for you and your team when you're building and working with your systems. There's a whole capability here. I closed the other tab. There's a whole capability here. Come here, open that back up. You see these buttons over here for start and for stop and start. There is a series of actions here. You can customize this list and add your own things in there, so that when you want to do other things to a database, when you want to interact and do more things with those resources, you can customize this so that some of those things that you might have as bash scripts or PowerShell scripts, you can write those into C# so that when they're being, when you need to use them on a specific resource, they're right here on the dashboard. So you have that graphical way that folks can click in and run them. You can even prompt for interactions. You need some feedback before you actually execute a script. You can do all of that right here in the dashboard with a little bit of C# code. All right. Where was the Discord link? GG Feds. Let me go grab that for you. It's over here on aspire.dev, and it's right up at the top. So I will give you that link to the Aspire website, and it's right at the top of the website right there. You can click that link and join. There's links to the GitHub and to all their social media accounts for the Aspire team. And I will share the link to Aspire Dev on YouTube, so our friends over there can find that. Hey, no problem. Yep, absolutely. They are very interested in hearing from you and talking about how you might be using Aspire so that they can help make the product better for everybody. So, all right. Taking a look and keeping things going here. We should have our next guest coming along in just a few minutes. I want to make sure I touch on just a few things. I've been clicking back over to the playlist, .NET Conf. This is the 2025 playlist. We're recapping things from .NET Conf 2025. Yes, I know it's 2026, but we're not doing a set of new things. We're not introducing and talking about new things that the team has done. We're recapping and showing some of the great things that happened during the .NET Conf event. Make sure that you check out the playlist. Head on over to the .NET channel on YouTube and look for the .NET Conf 2025 playlist. I will copy and share that link into chat for everybody again so that you can access and go to the playlist and follow up and go deeper on some of the sessions that we are summarizing and highlighting here today. Now, additionally, we have our giveaway. We're going to be raffling off 10 $250 gift cards that are offered by our friends promoting from Growth Acceleration Partners and Progress Telerik. They've got a little form for you to fill out. It's right over there. It's not on this side. It's on that side. Go ahead and fill out that form. It'll put you into a raffle for those. For those prizes that they'll be giving out. We'll have that announcement at the end of today's stream. You don't need to be here. You need to make sure you put that email on that list because they will send you a message so that you can follow through and claim your gift card. So lots has happened as part of .NET Conf. All the sessions are still available. I showed you where they are on YouTube. There were a lot of great sponsors for the event that are listed here. That took place back in November. There's going to be a number of other .NET Conf events that we get to throughout this year that I want to make sure that as they come up, as we announce them, you're going to be able to find out about them first and be notified. We have a mailing list. You can click down here at the bottom of the .NET Conf website to sign up for the mailing list so that you can be told. We do not abuse this mailing list. We do not send unsolicited messages to this. We send a message only a couple times a year talking about .NET Conf and the opportunity for you to get free developer training here live on the internet, on YouTube, on Twitch. We want to make sure that you can be the best developer that you want to be with the help of our friends from .NET Conf. Last, of course, I want to make sure that you know about the .NET Conf GitHub repository. GitHub.com/.NETConf/ well, let's just go from .NET Conf. This is where you can find all content .NET Conf. You can find all the PowerPoint slides, all the demos, all the links to the various wallpapers, the various swag that we've had available. There's even 3D print models in these repositories. They're all here in the .NET Conf organization on GitHub. And if you go to the 2025 repository, all the demos are here. I'll share this link again into chats so that that's the playlist. I didn't want to share the playlist again. Come on now. There's the GitHub link. And I'll share that also over into Twitch. All right. I have one more guest that's going to be joining us here in a second, because another topic that we've started to touch on that is becoming more and more important is this topic of modernization. And when we think about modernization, it's twofold, right? There's several different things that we need to be aware of and that is becoming more and more important for us. We think about folks that are on older versions of .NET Framework, web forms. They're involved in things on older versions of .NET Core, right? Maybe you're on .NET 6. Maybe you're on .NET Core 3.1. You're on these older versions and you want to take advantage of and get of the new features, the new capabilities. You want to get support. You want to be able to deploy to the cloud. You want to take advantage of AI features. You want to start using Aspire. You want to get into all these new things that are available. Yes. If you are on ancient tech, like our friend Thindall right there, we want to get modernized. There's a couple of sessions here that talk about some of the different techniques that you can use to modernize. Where was it? I saw the session from Matt down here. There we go. Modernizing .NET applications. I want you to make sure that you check these out over here. But we are also going to bring on, I've got Santiago just about ready to join us there. There he is. he's got some stuff that he's been building. Let me bring in Santiago here, and we're going to talk about some additional ways that we can modernize our applications and not just get our technology updated to the latest version, but get ready to start using other technologies in the cloud, AI, and so forth. Hey, Santiago, how you doing there?
Hi, Jeff. I'm doing good. How are you?
Not bad. We've been talking a lot about all these things that happen at .NET Conf, and I understand you've got some cool insight and a cool demo to show us about modernizing .NET applications.
I do. So yeah, thank you, Jeff, again to have me here. It's always a pleasure to be part of these events too. So for those that doesn't know me, my name is Santiago. I work at Growth Acceleration Partners, and I am a cloud solution architect with AI. And like Jeff said, I am one of the engines powering all the solution in Gap that we are building with AI and taking your application to the newer world. So let me share my screen, Jeff. It's actually easier to see it.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay, let me change my desktop. Do you see it now?
Yep, there we go. All
Okay.
right. I'll hand over the stage to you.
Yeah. So I bet a lot of people in the industry right now is suffering from these kind of problems. As you are seeing on the screen right now, this is a very simple application that has been created on Access. So you will be surprised, Jeff, how many clients or companies these days still have applications on Microsoft Access. And of course, since this, let's call it a legacy technology, have been written in VBA, it uses very static forms, it is actually almost impossible to take it into the cloud or make it a web application. So you get stuck with an application that only works on Windows, that you are tied to some particular infrastructure, and also it doesn't have any shared data throughout your clients. It becomes very difficult to have it. At the most, there are clients that take the risk to maybe rewrite a little bit the access code and maybe try to merge it with a SQL database or something similar. But at the end, they end up with the same thing, a legacy application. So here at Gap, what I'm going to show you is something that we have been working on. We have been working on solutions that are fully powered by AI. To be more exactly, to be powered by agents. So what we have been doing is we have been working on solutions that mimics the development of any application. So when our clients want to modernize their application, what usually happens? There is some analysis on the application, experts come in, they understand the code, they see what is happening, what is actually needed in order to be moved into the cloud, or at least making the cloud enabled. So after that, we have the usual development lifecycle. We have developers, we have QAs, we have people that test the application, rewrite the code, make adaptations, and everything. So Jeff, what do you think it will be? How cool it could be if a set of agents could do a big part of that? Analyze the code, everything.
So that's massive for me. That is just like when we think about larger applications, especially old applications, like if an agent is able to do the analysis and give me that assistance when the folks that built it probably aren't with my organization anymore. They left, they retired. That goes a long way to helping me get the insight to migrate forward.
Exactly. So with all of those things fully automated, we can take these kind of applications and understand everything. The agents are going to know what is happening on the application. They are going to have a whole context of as it is, which form does it have, how is actually they connect together, which data is depending to, which table is using, what is the different builds and everything. So if you try to make a standard migration in things like that, at the end, what you end up is like let's say a cheap copy of this application into a web application. It doesn't look good. It doesn't feel modern. And sometimes it doesn't even behave properly into the cloud because you try to mimic the state of these applications into the cloud. So at Gap, we have everything, all the life cycle. We have the understanding, we have the test cases producing, we have the code generation and conversion as well. Until out the output, we have a proper web application that is modern. So the example that you are seeing here in Jeff is just like a very standard access form. So you can edit information in here. Just nothing too fancy, I will say. Jeff, do you would like to see this application into the cloud?
I would. access means I need to have that installed on everybody's desktop, and I've got to have that database local, accessible to them. Getting it into the cloud is going to give me that freedom that okay, it's running in a browser and I can use my tablet with it. I can use my phone wherever I might be, and I'm authenticated. I would love the accessibility that that's going to give me. And by accessibility, I mean the ability for me to access it using more mediums. So yes, please, can we get to the cloud?
Yeah, of course. So that will be the first part. You can't forget about anything related to the access part. So you don't have any VBA code on any ugly forms after that. After we provide our services at Gap, this is what you are going to have. Blazor code, written in .NET 10. You are not going to have any overcomplicated or hard to maintain code. If you have developers that know HTML and the concept of C#, you can take this migrated application into whatever you would like to have. Yeah. Another big advantage, Jeff, you just mentioned. You can see this application in a mobile, and you can also see it in a tablet, and it's fully usable too. You are not constrained to ugly designs or any things like that. So, Jeff, this output is part of the tools that we have. So we took this access project that I showed before, and we moved it into the web using our AI agent powered system. So take a comparison of the different grids. So you keep the functionality from the access application. We don't break up anything like that. So if you know your application and access, you are going to see exactly the same thing into the web application, the same fields, the same data. And you know what happens just with the data and also with the schema? If you are tied to the access data, all of your data and the schema is moving to the Azure cloud into Azure SQL Server too. So you can forget 100% of anything related to access. No more files, no more manual maintenance, and everything is pure cloud native context. So the web application behaves exactly in terms of usability as the desktop application. As you can see, you can manage the different grids. You can look up into the food as you do on the original application as well. You can take a look into the details too. You can check your food logs in case you want to take a look into that one too. You can see the food totals you have been eating throughout the day too. Everything has been fully adapted. You can follow just a set of example of things that you can do after the migration. The good thing, Jeff, is we managed to hide automation into this. We achieved 90%, between 80 to 90% of the automation of the code. The other 10% is only required the developer to make small adjustments into the code, into the presentation of the application as it is, and make custom authentication. That is up to the client. The rest of the code, the more overcomplicated part, is fully automated.
Yeah, adding in authentication after this, sure, that's something that I need to bring at that point. And when we look at this, and we've got just a standard plain user interface here, now I can customize. Now I can go bring in my favorite CSS framework. I can bring in my design, and I'm not coupled to this simple, lame, just access design. I like it.
Yeah, and it is pretty good that you mentioned, Jeff. The output of the code that we provide is actually 100% enabled to use Bootstrap. So you don't have, so the application is going to be ready to make any fancy modifications to make it look better, maybe making any special adaptations. But if you manage to so, the application is fully responsive already. You will be able to use in the browser, in the tablet, any place that you would like to use in your mobile phone. So after you have the new code, it is going to be up to your imagination how much of the application you would like to improve outside of the standard behavior.
And since it's customizable with Bootstrap, I can go out to various websites where folks are selling little Bootstrap themes and say, hey, you know what? Can I have $20 so we can apply a theme here that's going to make this look better, and you don't have to think about, right? That's the kind of thing that makes our lives as developers easier. Just pull down a pre-canned design that's going to work with my stuff.
Yep. So Jeff, also something to mention is that sometimes when people get involved into these migrations, they usually get very afraid of the output code is going to be impossible to maintain or too overcomplicated.
Yeah.
So take a sneak peek into the screen. This is pure Blazor code. You don't have anything complicated in here. You have Bootstrap, like I mentioned, HTML standard, C# code, the usual stuff. From the backend side, you have the usual thing. This is also very important to mention, Jeff. Everything that is related to the logic, of course, gets to be rewritten in C#. But also the important part is that anything related to the database access patterns gets fully replaced by Entity Framework. So you don't see any select from here or insert from here hard coding into the code. Everything is fully replaced by Entity Framework. Nice, well-written Entity Framework, Jeff.
Now, okay, Santi, that is a massive lift so that I don't have to have all the access statements, select star from, select first name, last name from customers, all of that. You're converting those select statements to Entity Framework. That is a massive lift that doesn't just get me into a modern data access technology that I know is going to be faster, but it also starts to hide SQL injection possibilities there. So you're even bringing a little bit of a security improvement. I like that.
Yeah. So, and one of the also good to mention, Jeff, is that the agents that we have created and we fine-tuned perfectly for this kind of task is going to provide Entity Framework of high quality, high performance, and with the most reduced and most simplified version that they can provide. Take a look into line 20 as no tracking. This is a perfect example of a well-written selected statement with Entity Framework. Sometimes even the developers we forget to include those kind of things.
I forget it all the time.
Yeah. But as you can see, the agent doesn't forget it. He actually included in every select that we do, and every save statement, everything is being handled properly. So yeah, on this migration exercise, Jeff, I will say you don't end up with a migrated code, but a rewritten, modernized code that you can move anywhere else.
Yeah. I want to go to this question from Chuck. It's a good follow-up here. You mentioned the data got moved. Is the data being imported into the new database for us as part of the process?
Yeah, as part of the process, we create the data objects into the C# code. We use migrations to recreate the database as well. With the current design, we are doing the migration of the data manually, but there is an agent coming into that to do the full migration automated.
And I gotta make sure I ask, what database systems do you support right now?
That's a pretty good question, Jeff. Since we are using Entity Framework to migrations to move the code, it means that you can choose whatever engine you would like to choose that is compatible with Entity Framework migrations. So you can move to Azure SQL, you can move to multiple variants. Anything that supports that migration is going to be compatible with it.
Fantastic. I like Postgres. I'm going to use Postgres.
Yeah. Also, Jeff, if maybe you don't want or you don't like or you cannot use any of the parts of Entity Framework migration, that's okay. We also provide a SQL output to whatever language is actually needed. So you like to go to Postgres, if you like to go with Oracle, MySQL, any flavor that you like, you can do it.
Terrific. Okay. So you've got everything migrated. It all looks great over there. We've got components. I saw some of the variable names. They look like they're similar to the old access style variable names. Those are carried forward so that my business logic and things that I had defined in the previous application, that code is going to look familiar in a familiar place for me to discover and use.
Yeah, as part of the flow, we initially tried to, let's say, move the code or rewrite the code into .NET, keeping a parity with access. And the main reason we do that is in order to have another set of agents that measure the quality, also the expected outcome as it is. So at the end, it could be an easy refactor of the variable. So yeah, that's what maybe you are going to see a couple of things that resemble between access and the Blazor code. But it's actually to provide high quality output of what we do.
Awesome. All right. Anything else we need to see?
No, that's everything. I hope you like it, Jeff, and the audience too.
Where can folks learn more and connect about learning more about how they migrate and modernize applications like this?
Yeah, you can always look up for us as Velocity AI or wearegap.com, and you can always find all the services that we provide at Gap. You will be able to find all the migrations and modernization services that we offer.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Santiago. Great talking to you again. Hope you have
Likewise.
a fantastic rest of your day, and really appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff.
All righty. All right. So that's great stuff. That's a little bit of insight as to what the folks at Growth Acceleration Partners are doing with us at wearegap.com. You're going to see a lot of folks that are doing things with modernizing applications to get you running. You've got firms like Gap that are doing that. You're going to see more modernization capabilities coming inside Visual Studio. There's tools that work with Copilot. There's tools that are available in Visual Studio for that. But when you have those larger projects, you have some really old projects that the Microsoft tools can't support. You've got some folks at organizations like Gap that are going to be able to help you out moving your stuff forward. Let me touch on a couple questions here as I'm going to start wrapping things up here, actually. So there's, of course, another question here. Why is it .NET Conf 2025 and not 2026? We're wrapping up .NET Conf 2025 topics. So we're wrapping that up, and we will touch on some things in the future for .NET 2026 as we get there, but not in today's stream. Let me see. There was a question here from Phoenix Customer Insights. How do you start Aspire in that page of your application? Aspire run at the command line. Use the Aspire command line. You can download that from aspire.dev and go ahead and type Aspire run after you have all the things connected. And inside the dashboard, you can click and jump right to the appropriate resource that you've allocated from your application, and it will start up and jump right to it. There was another question here from Juan. Let's go to this one. Is there any information about configuring a web app with Vue, React, and register traces into the Aspire dashboard? Over on aspire.dev, there is documentation. Let me see if I can bring it up real quick. And you're going to see how we're starting to set folks up so they can use JavaScript applications with Aspire. There is telemetry that is available that you can use to publish into, there's open telemetry libraries available that will allow you to publish over to the Aspire dashboard. It looks like the JavaScript docs aren't updated yet, aren't uploaded yet. I believe, they aren't there. There is a template that you can get. Let me share the link over to the Aspire docs. That'll get you into the C# docs. There is a JavaScript part to that is coming very, very soon. So there you go. Thank you so much for that question. Let me see here. Can we use the tool to just modernize the UI and framework version where there's already EF context available? Yes. So when you tell it to modernize, if there's things that are already there that are available, it will skip and work around that. So absolutely, that's available to you as well. The migration stuff looks promising. Yes, there's a lot of folks working on the migration stories because let's face it, we're at a point now with .NET 10, the performance, the new capabilities of the frameworks, whether it's working in memory with span of T, like we saw earlier, new security capabilities, new certificate hashing capabilities, new AI capabilities. You need to be on the latest version of the technology so that you can get and interact with those framework features as quickly as possible as they're being rolled out. And if you're on something that's .NET 4.6.1, that's Access, maybe it's Power Builder. Ugh. You want to be modernized. You want to be on the latest stuff so that you can have that option. Not only do you get faster services, your application is going to feel literally 10 times faster than it was in Access because it's been optimized with tools and technologies that know about the current processor instruction sets. Access doesn't know about SIMD. It doesn't know about vectorizing data. It doesn't know about these technologies because they weren't a thing in 1997. Get to the latest technologies, modernize, migrate, get into the cloud. Now you can access your tools with your phone, with your tablet, and so forth. Really great stuff. You want to be migrating, all right? You've been using the Aspire docs a lot. There's so much that's really good to see and use from Aspire that are going to that's going to just make your life as a developer so much better. I have details. I have data about folks that have 1 hour raffle. Let me share that information for you. We could put that up on the screen here. I don't have a drum roll. Do I have a drum roll? I think I'm on the wrong audio feed for this. Let me show you. We have 10 gift card winners, and here they are right over there. Congratulations to all of these folks who entered our raffle. They've won a gift card from our friends at Growth Acceleration Partners and Progress Telerik. Thank you so much for being a part of today's event. It's been very informative. Thank you. I'm glad you've enjoyed that. I'm missing a name. It doesn't say Jeff Fritz on that list, so I think we're okay. Right? Huge thank you to all the folks that participated, that entered the raffle. Big thanks to our friends at Growth Acceleration Partners and Progress Telerik. Of course, these folks, you've all entered your email as part of that raffle, so that you will be contacted over email, even if you're not watching right now, and you'll be given instructions as to how to claim your prize as part of today's event. All right. Couple more things that I want to make sure that I mention for you as we're going along here and we wrap things up. 2026, we are so early. It is only the beginning of February. There are going to be .NET Conf 2026 events, focus events coming over the next few months as we head into the summer season. Of course, there are other online events, other online streams that our friends at Microsoft are going to be producing and making available to you. Make sure that you follow the Visual Studio channel on Twitch. Make sure you click that follow button on the .NET channel on YouTube. Click the bell button so you can be notified on YouTube when there's new events that are scheduled, and you can follow up with us and learn more. Participate. This is developers talking to developers. We don't do marketing content here, okay? We might have a message from a sponsor every now and again where they show some of their products. But we want to make sure that there is developer truth in all the content you see on .NET television, okay? We want to make sure that you see things that you can use right away, that you can go investigate, get samples, get some of those demos, try them out on your own, use them on your machine, and then show them to your colleagues, show them to the boss, show them to your friends, even your pets, and learn more and do more as a developer. We want you to be successful, and we're going to continue bringing you great developer to developer training. There's the link to .NET Live TV being shared over there by Stream Elements on Twitch. All right. I think that's all that I have for today. Let me check just one more thing here. We're going to wrap things up. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to say goodbye for now. I'll be back on my live streams over on Twitch, over on YouTube. You can find me at Twitch TV/C#Fritz. And I'm also available out there on YouTube on the C# Fritz channel. So thank you so much for being a part of today's stream. And we will see you next time. Take care, friends.